And we switch. So I don't know who that maybe was.
I mean, my 8-year-old's right over there with me on her bike, doing a 5-mile lead. No, but you did good.
You're a lot.
Yeah. So.
It goes over the fire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Agent crisis, just make my notes here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, I would do Friday night with the military appreciation banquet and about like 9:30. Yeah, not a problem. Yes, I'll get your phone number and. It's on the website. Yes, I will that. Okay, yeah, no, not a problem. Yeah.
Either one is okay? All right, thank you. Benny, would you like to give the invitation?
I think they would.
Okay. I'll put you down. Thank you.
That was probably us. Yeah, I would think we've got. Yeah. Yeah, we could.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, because.
I think everybody needed a quick restroom break before we got started, so.
So, yeah, lift station.
Yeah.
That would make that way about.
Yeah. The other thing Scott was telling me about.
Oh, sign up for public testimony. It's right there on the table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. You have one for each of us?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, we can certainly pass them down. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Somebody just came up here. Yeah.
I think most of
Property next to Santa.
was like, that's a small, but I don't know if we have. I imagine even if we did like
Those homeowners.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Right. So, anyway,
That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
yeah.
That'd be good. And we don't have to maintain it.
Two of them.
Yeah.
Just didn't want to overload everybody. These are two amendments.
Yeah, right, yeah,
They went paperwork.
yeah, and then we wouldn't need a big ditch or that guy should be okay, cause it's.
Already have.
You know, it wouldn't really affect it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna retype this, but I could have typed it up. That's okay.
Right. Water, yeah. All right.
We are live on YouTube whenever you're ready.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate you being here. It's May 4th. This is Committee of the Whole, and we're just going to run through our business agenda here. We have quite a long list this evening. See what we can knock out here in 20 minutes. For our unfinished business, we have item 11A, 2025-04, amending the compensation. Would any council member like to give a quick report on that? I know we talked about it last meeting. Okay. That's changing, removing the work session and by changing any pay, what that does is holds the pay that we currently receive as elected officials until the next batch of elected officials comes in, then they would receive the new rate. So we may have two rates within the same council as that works, based on whether or not this change happens. So as to tonight, we're making the decision on whether or not to remove work sessions as a paid item for our next council or next council members, and then the dollar amount that is received from the Borough Assembly meeting. Any questions about that or comments about that or discussion about that? Okay. Brings us on to 11B, amending council meeting time and place.
Just wait till the meeting.
Okay. Any objection to that?
Since we talked about it last
Okay.
week already.
Perfect. The order of business C is the same, and we may as well wait for the meeting for that. And then D is the AI policy that's coming back. Do we want to talk about that at all, or just wait for the meeting, council?
Wait for the meeting.
Okay. Brings us on to new business, the third budget adjustment. Will, did you want to speak to that?
Ordinance 2607, mostly increasing some things for maintenance contracts, professional services, and then we were going to increase legal fees and then account for the $2.5 million HUD project that Water and Sewer has.
Okay. Any questions about that? Okay, thank you. That brings us on to item B, health insurance renewal. Madam Clerk, do you want to take that one?
The Tiffany and Angela will be online with us. This isn't really an Emily or a clerk item, so I don't, when they log, I'll have them on Zoom if you guys have questions for them during the meeting.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you for that.
I do
Please.
need to remind you that you cannot take place in the discussion during the meeting on this.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman Brandt. That brings us on to item C, request to council for the liquor license. Madam Clerk?
This is something that could be consented. I spoke with all department heads. No department heads have any issue with this liquor license being renewed. They all got back to me on a timely basis that they have no issues.
Okay, thank you. That takes us on to item D, request to council. Chief?
Yeah, this is a request to council to pay Systems Design West for the calendar year 24 SEMT bill for the application that they prepare for us. This is the third year that we've participated in the SEMT. And I think you're all aware of the fundings that brings in. So this is just so we can, now that that's come due, 15% of what we bring in is due to SDW for doing the work that they do, which was done approximately this time last year is when they've done the work. So this is just to get the council to approve it because it is over the spending limit of anybody but the council.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, please.
So this is for work that they've already done, or is this anticipating what next year's is?
No, this is for the 2024 package that they put together this time last year. Right now, they're currently working on the 25 calendar year.
But what I'm saying, this is a bill that they've sent us and we have to pay it.
Yes.
So my question is, why is that coming to council now? We can't say no, they've done the work. We have to approve it.
Yeah, and we kind of addressed this last year, and I kind of have the same feelings. This is kind of a frustration that it comes back up now. When we started SEMT, we approved them through SCW to do this work for us annually, and we've been having them continue to do it. And in that, it's 15% of what it brings in through SEMT is what we owe. It does take some time frame for those payments to come to the state for them to know what the total is going to be. So that's why it lags about a year before we get their bill for it. But I agree, it doesn't make sense that, yeah, I'm coming to you now and say, hey, we need your approval, but this is work they've done a year ago.
So we have a contract with them, correct?
Yes, we have an original contract with them. It has not been renewed since the original one.
Right, but the
3 years ago.
contract states how much we need to pay them, 15% of whatever they recover from the SEMT
Correct.
reimbursement.
Yeah.
I don't think this needs to come back to council. Council has already approved the contract. It doesn't make sense to bring a bill to us and ask us to pay it when the work has already been done. And I know that's not on you.
I
I'm
completely
just
agree with
saying
you. I think
that
it's,
in the future, we need to we need to fix this so this doesn't happen again, because we can't say, no, we're not going to pay them. They've already done the work.
Yeah, I completely agree. We wouldn't have the number to put to it, but I think we now know the first year that we did SEMT, we had no idea the volume it was bringing in. We thought it was a much smaller amount. So now that we're 3 years into this, that's something we could probably prepare. Like I said, right now, they're currently doing the fiscal year, or calendar year 25 application that's due the end of June. Will probably extend maybe even into the end of July, to get that fully prepared from them. And if that's something that you wish that I come to maybe the next council meeting for approval, like I said, they're already doing the work for that, but
Again, I don't think you need our approval. We've already approved the contract.
and that's completely, yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
Any further discussion?
So would everybody be in agreement that this would be a consent item?
Yeah, we can't say no. So, yes.
Okay, that moves us on to item E, appointment for Dr. Anton Keller to be on the Alaska Interior Ardor Committee. I put his name forth as a representative for North Pole. It was suggested that we use someone off our Economic Development Committee, and he is a part of that. It's his second year as being a part of that. And he actually attended with myself the first meeting a couple of weeks ago. It went very well, and I think he's going to be a really good fit with his knowledge of being on council, and his knowledge of being on the Economic Development Committee would be a good fit for that. Any discussion on that? Please.
I would consent that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, sir. Item F is a reappointment of Dr. Barbara Haney to the FNSB Economic Development Committee. We put this forth weeks ago, months ago, actually. It was approved unanimously by the council. It went to the Borough Assembly. The Borough Assembly chose to not accept that appointment, and gave some very odd reasoning for not accepting that appointment. So as mayor and as a part of the Economic Development Committee, I think she's the right fit, and chose to put her name forth again, in the hopes that the Assembly had a different vote this time. Last time there were 2 Assembly members who weren't there. So discussion on that.
I would say I'm really torn on this one. Dr. Haney is by far the most qualified person we could ever recommend to be on an Economic Development Committee, if I understand it right. She has a doctorate in public finance, if I remember right. I did listen to that meeting, and the reasons that they chose not to accept our request seemed to be political in nature. But having said that, this is their committee, and we're just recommending somebody to them. If they don't want that person on their committee, I don't see how we should force it. We would not do the same if they sent somebody to be on one of our committees that we disagreed with and voted down. So like I said, while I think that she is by far the most qualified person, and I couldn't think of anybody better to recommend. It's their committee, and they chose not to take our recommendation. So like I said, I'm up in the air on this one.
Councilman Schuster.
Yeah, quite frankly, it was our recommendation. We are part of the borough, and we deserve to have a seat at the table with who we say we want serving. And like you said, I think Ms. Haney is probably overqualified for the position. I'm quite frustrated with the borough that they sent this, well, they denied it. And yeah, like I said, I'm quite frustrated that we're having to go through this again. And so I would vote to reappoint Dr. Haney.
Please.
I agree with Jordan. I've actually talked to him about it. I was very disappointed that the borough took the stance that they did. I think we would be doing a disservice to our community if we didn't put her name back forward. Their reasons for not picking her, not approving it, were punitive in nature. And frankly, the way the ordinance reads, it isn't that we're recommending a name. It says that we get a seat on the board, and that we're to send them a name. It says later that they get to approve anybody named, which honestly I don't think should be the way it is. If they're going to give a seat to the city of Fairbanks and a seat to the city of North Pole, we should just be able to send that person forward and they not need to be approved by the assembly. But I think it would be a huge disservice to our community if we did anything other than send her name back.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll save that. Item G, request council to rename 30 Mile Slough to Christmas Creek. It was brought up through our Economic Development Committee to make that change. And further down in the document, Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down, there's a very poorly colored map that kind of shows you where that would start and end. Essentially, the gravel pit on Psalms Boulevard to the confluence of where Chena Slough meets, to try and rename that portion that runs through the city of North Pole to Christmas Creek. It's about a 3-year-long process to get bodies of water renamed. So that won't be a quick turnaround. And then the pond there on Psalms, as far as I know, is unnamed, and the Fifth Avenue pond is named Fifth Avenue Pond on the map. So we have some opportunities to change those if we desire with that application, and can turn those into something more spirited for our area. Please.
I didn't see, was there a cost for signage or anything like that? Changing signage and,
As far as I know, Councilman Schuster, I don't believe that there's any signs recognizing that as 30 Mile Slough on the roadway. So I don't think that there would be any costs associated with that. There may be an application fee of a couple $100 for the name change, but other than that, not a whole lot. Please.
I'd say I'm against this. I think it's ridiculous. I don't think everything in North Pole has to be Christmas themed. It's locally known as, Beaver Springs Slough. If somebody is going to come up here and want to, the proposal talked about dredging it and all kinds of stuff, so it can be canoed and all that stuff. If somebody's going to come and do that, a nature-based name like Beaver Springs makes more sense in Christmas Creek. And also, I have no idea what this has to do with economic development.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion? Okay, that moves us on to item H, request to council. For credit card cancellation was done by our last CFO, Trish Fogarty, on her last day. Will, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Tricia briefly mentioned that there was a recurring charge on the credit card that couldn't be canceled. So then I think that's why she was canceling on that letter to cancel it. That's all I really know for the AI policy. I think it's still with the AI.
Okay.
Yep.
Council discussion on that?
Oh yeah, there's a lot to talk about on this one.
Okay, so we'll save that for the meeting. We have 4 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's take a 4-minute recess, unless council would like to run through the last remaining items very quickly to decide if there's any of those items that they would like to consent.
I would be fine with consenting N and O.
There is no O.
There's no O.
You mean M and N?
N and O.
There's no O.
There's no O on my agenda.
Oh,
I have a no.
I don't have a no.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah,
Can you scroll down and show us what N and O is?
Sure. Oh.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Okay.
initially when the agenda was sent out, L was part of N, or anyways, it's all on there. I resent out the agendas once it was pointed out that there was an error, but these have been out for 10 days. L and M were intertwined as one. I made the correction and resent the agenda.
I would consent N and O.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman Schuster. I think that
And,
that makes a lot of sense.
I'd
Councilman
like to
Britt.
say something about N and O, just if you're gonna, I changed the memo. That's the two memos that I gave you for those two. I just added the proposed or the approved budget amounts for their services to that memo so that every time we give them a job, we don't have to bring it back to council 16, 20, 30 times a year. You guys can approve the total budgeted amount for that job, and then we'll be able to approve the individual jobs. I'll be able to approve individual jobs throughout the year up to that dollar amount. So that wasn't in your original packet. So if you guys don't want to approve the new memo, you can approve the original one, but I gave everybody the two memos right now if you wanted to do it that way.
You also corrected on the second memo, the name.
Right.
The name on the memo that we have it in our packet was wrong on the second memo. And I
Right.
see that you've corrected that.
I did, yes.
Okay.
So with that, Madam Clerk, do you have this updated memo as part of the packet that has been online or no?
Tim sent me these updated memos this morning, so no, I have not, I could not go back and change it from the 10-day ago publication.
Okay. All right. With that, let's take a 3-minute recess to use the restroom, and then we'll get our meeting started. Thank you.
Put it on the radar.
Madam Clerk, are we live?
We are live, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome. Today is May 4th. So may the 4th be with you. Sorry. Bad dad joke. Welcome to the City Council meeting. Thank you for joining us this evening. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This evening, May 4th, Mr. Claus.
Here.
Miss Rolfe.
Here.
Mr. Schuster.
Here.
Mr. Skips.
Here.
Mr. Williams.
Here.
Mr. Brandt. Mayor Church.
I am here.
All 7 present.
Thank you. Please stand. We'll be led by the Pledge of Allegiance by Alexis Snow.
If you could, to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and remove your hats for the invocation.
Dear Father, as for the council meeting today, may our hearts be united in love and fellowship. Tear down every barrier that divides us and fill us with a spirit of harmony. Our worship be action or desire, loving.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Snow, for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Appreciate that. And Mr. Williams for the invocation. That brings us to item 4, citizens' comments. Madam Clerk, please read the disclaimer.
Any person wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda needs to sign up on the list located on the public testimony table. Respectful standards of decorum and courtesy should be observed by all speakers. Remarks should be directed to the council as a body rather than any one member of the council or staff. Comments are limited to 5 minutes.
Please step forth. Make sure that when you speak into the mic, the red light is on and it's close enough to pick you up or it can't be recorded. Please state your names and area of residence, please.
Hello, my name is Amanda Jones and I reside on Ileson Farm Road.
Hi, my name is Alexis Snow and I live in the city of North Pole.
Mayor, city council members, North Pole residents, and all those listening. Thank you for allowing Lexi to lead the Pledge of Allegiance today. Growing our youth leadership skills, such as public speaking, especially before a large crowd and a body of government, is teaching valuable skills to our youth. And I appreciate you being a part of that and helping me fulfill her mom's wishes to get her opportunities to serve and grow her own leadership skills. Before we started today's meeting, Lexi handed out poppies to each of you. If you didn't get one, let us know. You're probably wondering why. For more than a century, the poppy has stood as a living symbol of remembrance, honoring the men and women who gave their lives in service to our nation.
The poppy was the first flower to bloom on the battlefield of World War I, and it since has become a universal reminder of the cost of freedom.
Today, Lexi and I stand before you to share how this symbol, through the American Legion Poppy Program, continues to inspire our community here in North Pole, a city centered between 2 military installations, both of which have lost service members to war. I wanted to tell you about a veteran who's deeply special to us, Nikki Snow, Lexi's mom. Nikki served as American Legion Post 99 service officer, a role dedicated to helping veterans in their time of need. She volunteered for this work even while battling stage 4 lung cancer, a condition later determined to be service-connected to one of her deployments. This Wednesday, May 6th, marks 1 year since Nikki's passing. In her final service officer report to me, delivered to me after her death, she asked that I find ways for Lexi to grow and challenge her leadership skills. Standing here today is one of those ways.
The poppy is not just a flower, it is a promise that we will never forget. The sacrifices of our veterans and their families.
Since 1921, the American Legion has used the poppy to connect communities with stories of service and sacrifice. Each handmade poppy is crafted by veterans, many of them disabled or hospitalized, and every donation received goes directly to support veterans, active duty military, and their families right here in the local area where the poppy is distributed. North Pole is known for its patriotism and its sense of community. We gather for parades, we honor our service members, and we teach our children the value of service. The Poppy program gives us a tangible way to live out those values. Through education, by teaching our youth the meaning of service and remembrance. Through support, by providing direct aid to veterans in our state and across the nation. The Poppy is a conversation starter, a teaching tool, and a fundraising mechanism all in one. And unlike many programs, every dollar raised stays right here locally and goes directly to veterans' welfare, not administrative cost or program cost. I hope you will teach your children, your students, and your neighbors about the Poppy and the American Legion Poppy program. I ask you to join Lexi and I in making the Poppy program a visible, vibrant part of North Pole civic life. Let us be a city that not only remembers, but acts. A city where every red poppy worn is a pledge to honor the past and serve the present. At the end of this month, you'll see American Legion Post 99 alongside children and youth like Lexi distributing poppies at the Cruisin' with Santa event. You may also see veterans handing them out at other stores around town. I encourage you to ask these young people about the Poppy, continuing to develop their leadership skills through eye contact, exchanging one-on-one conversations, and teaching about a program that has significant value, knowing this program and their assistance is strengthening our community together. Across North Pole, you'll see Poppy donation cans at local businesses. If you're a business owner, we'd be honored to provide one for your location. And when you see a Poppy or a donation can, I ask that you give if you are able. Every contribution helps families in North Pole and the surrounding interior Alaska communities. As I was challenged to help Lexi grow her leadership skills, I challenge all of you. When you see a poppy, remember that it grew from the soil where heroes fell. Let it remind us that freedom is never free, and that gratitude must be more than words. It must be action. Let us remember the sacrifices not only made by veterans, but by their families, as well as Lexi is a living example. Give where you can, teach others the meaning of the poppy, and help us ensure that the legacy of our veterans' lives live on in the hearts of our citizens, young and old, this month, the month of remembrance, and always. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the poppies.
Poppy, I really appreciate it.
So I'm Howard Rixey, live out on Old Valdez Trail in Salcha. I'm here just to give a real quick, and it will be quick, chamber update on some of the events coming up. First and foremost is tomorrow at 4 o'clock, the ribbon cutting for the Nawash House that's opening up, or has been opened up, but this is their grand opening tomorrow. So there'll be a celebration there from 4 to 6. It's a high school graduation season, so there's a whole list of those graduations happening for the chamber luncheon this year, or this month, which is May 28th. Ken Ross is going to come out and do a Mancho mine update. So it should be a good one there. Also, starting with that particular luncheon, every month on the same day of our luncheon, we are going to do a entrepreneur-related seminar from 3 to 5 at the hotel. Free of charge. All we ask people to do is just sign up on our event on Facebook. May 14th is a big day there for a couple of reasons there. One, because the police memorial service. So that'll be there. Along with that, we'll be putting up the big red tent over by the Welcome Center. So that'll happen. May 15th, the very next day, is Three Bears anniversary celebration. And they got some specials going on there. May 16th is Highway Cleanup Day. And I know the fire department offers bags for folks to pick up there. We also have them at the Welcome Center. Also at the Welcome Center that day is the NAMI Mental Health 5K walk, run. Along with that, at the Welcome Center, we're partnering with Green Star and Fairbanks North Star Recycling Facility and Golden Heart Waste doing a pop-up recycling event, which this is their third year doing it. So we encourage folks to participate in that. The other thing that's coming on the horizon here in the next couple of weeks, we're going to unveil what we call our North Pole Community Weekly Video Reels Contest. So we're going to encourage people to take videos about why it's so great to live in North Pole community there and post them on our Facebook site. And then we're going to choose a winner, so to speak, every week and give out a little $25 gift card. So we're excited about that. Just one way of helping brand everything about North Pole. Along with that, May 30th is Cruising with Santa Car Show and Street Fair, and you all know that's one of the biggest events as far as a day goes in North Pole. Last year we saw 4,800 people. In the mall at the same time will be the Chamber Spring Bazaar, and also on that particular day we hope to be unveiling the 2026 Welcome Guide. So we're excited about that. Some things a little bit further out, June 5th is when we kick off our Friday night Santa's Market. We did change it last year. Our hours were from 1 to 7. Based on feedback, we're going 3 to 7. Along with that, we will continue to have the Kids Biz opportunity there for one kid each week to set up shop in the gazebo and do their thing free of charge. June 27th is the Firecracker 5K run there. You can actually go online right now and register for that, and that's held right here at City Hall. Speaking of Kids Biz there, June 18th, which is a Saturday, we are going to do a special market for just kids business under the big red tent. So we're excited about that. And then 4th of July parade, you can register right now online there. Our theme is Liberty Lights Up North Pole. And something to note here is the parade route is backwards. So we'll be coming down St. Nicholas first and then making our way around to Fifth Avenue. So along with last year, we had a bike decorating contest, and the North Pole Lions will continue to do that. And then lastly is we have our All Things North Pole Bulletin. The audience for that or demand for that is growing. We just encourage folks to use that, sign up for it. We originally were publishing that on Saturdays, but we have changed it to Friday afternoons so we can encompass the weekend. So you're getting about 10 days of events that are happening in the North Pole area here. But you can go on our Facebook site or whatever and get signed up for that. And you can always submit events. We love to get events from it, which is done from our website. So that's all I have unless you guys got questions.
What? Yeah, please, Councilwoman Roth.
Is the route the same except for the direction of it?
That's exactly it. And if I may, I did forget one thing, the junk car towing. That program we've done the last 2 years, we've towed over 100 cars. On Highway Cleanup Day is when we kick that off. So we have 3 tow companies this year, Axle Towing, Tug and Grin, and then Kingsman Services. So three people that will go out there. If you have a junk car in your yard, all you have to do is call one of those folks up. And they will come out and assess it. If there's salvage value, they simply will hook up and tow it away to their shop. If there is no salvage value, then you're going to pay a $100 fee of the towing fees, total towing fees there, and we, the chamber, will pay the rest. The only thing that the K&K is now being operated by more recycling and resale, so they're asking people to drain the oils and antifreeze and everything else before it's towed to them. So, but we're hoping to tow 70 cars this year. So anyways, it's been a great program, great demand for it there. All right, sorry.
Howard, thank you for everything you and the chamber do for the general North Pole area. We really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you, Helen.
Hi, my name is Tammy Wilson. I live in the Badger area. I am here as your Fairbanks North Star Borough representative. And we've missed you for the last couple of meetings, so nice to see you and your thoughts on what you talked about earlier, or my thoughts as well. So first of all, it is budget time. We're almost to the close of it. So May 7th, that would be this Thursday night, starting at 6 o'clock, we'll be taking public testimony on the budget. The budget goes up by about 2%, really, a real 2%, not stealing money from other places. The one thing that did happen, which is kind of interesting, is that $11 million was basically taken from the school district, and we were told that it had to be put into capital projects of the for the school district itself. However, somehow between that remark and the budget, we're giving about $5 million back to the school district to do kind of like whatever they want. So I'm not exactly sure if it's just operating, but it's definitely not capital like we thought it was supposed to be in the first place. What they're going to do with the other 5, I imagine, is probably give it to them next year as well. So then the following May 14th at 6 p.m. again, we will then take amendments and we will vote on the budget. That is one great thing I think the borough did change, is where they had public comment instead of right after public comment voting on the budget, which seems a little disingenuous. We do take all those things into consideration, and we do have a week then to bring up any kind of concerns that the public has had. This last week we had at the library, Fifth Avenue Park. So if anybody doesn't know where it's at, no, it is not Terry Miller Park. It is around the corner by the elementary school. And what they do is that it has not been designed yet. I want to make that clear. This is a park for the community to decide how they want. Now, they had a couple of different pictures of what it could look like, a play area here, a play area there. Some of the discussion was, Should the Terry Miller Park be primarily for little kids because it's already kind of there now, and put more things for older children, or how you would do that with the slough being there? They had kind of an open field opportunity. There's quite a few sports and things you can do for that. It is not made for a dog park. We've had that couple of questions, but there's already a dog park here. But I would encourage you, if you have children or know of children, I had my granddaughter make her picture that we're going to take down to Parks and Recreation of how she would like to see the park done. And so she thought there still needed to be something for the little kids because they have brothers and sisters. So, but I did also encourage Parks and Recreation to go to the elementary school and even the middle school. I mean, this is their park, right? What would they like to see besides something on their gaming computers? So that's a great opportunity we haven't had. There's about $2.1 million in the capital improvement program for that, to be able to do that. And last but not least, and some of this you've already talked about, my apologies. You did put Barbara Haney up for economic development. It went down 4-3 because we needed 5 votes. I think the way it was done was wrong. There's no other way to put it. If you want to take somebody's rights away, and that's what the biggest argument really was, is that she, stood up for her First Amendment rights, and she took her case to court. And did it cost the borough some money? Well, yeah, it did, like a lot of other things do. But that's a right as a person that you have. And not just that, many of us made the case of, it's your seat. That's how I see it. Belongs to the city of North Pole, that one in the Planning and Zoning Commission, so you can have representation. And for the assembly to not have kept that on consent, because that's where it was to start with, and then to badmouth your decision was wrong. Unfortunately, you all didn't have representation there. That would have been nice to have had, so that at least you had a little bit more of a say-so on it. But I do know people are really busy, but that should not have happened. I'm glad it seems like you have a resolution, go forward with it. I understand there may be a correction on our side that we can do as well, assuming that I can find 5 votes. And basically what that would do would change the ordinance, change the, the code, to where whether it was the city of Fairbanks or the city of North Pole, it's your choice, and it does not need to go through the assembly for approval. So sorry we've kind of fired the first shot, but I'm glad you're firing back, because there is right and there is wrong in this decision. And I had from the presiding officer that during this time I could say whatever I wanted to, and it was okay. And I have that in writing. So that's pretty much all that's happened, but the budget is our big thing. Please come and testify. I know you would never give that to me, would you? I wouldn't. But please stand up for what you're supposed to do. I mean, I really do appreciate all you do. It's not easy, whether it's the city or the borough, but at the end of the day, there's right and there's wrong. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Can I add just one thing? I forgot, I'm sorry. I just want, I listened in, I just want to make sure that everybody understood. I did take to the borough also the individuals who, found out about the dewatering of the pool and not being connected with DEC. We're trying to get that reopened. We're having the borough relook at it. They did mark it as there wasn't any buddy on wells, which was incorrect. So hopefully they don't have to sue anybody to do it, but that will do the right thing and put in the right paperwork and then see what happens on it. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we did follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. If you're not already signed up, if you would sign up. Oh, perfect. Okay. State your name and place of residence or area of residence. Thank you.
Aaron Degnan. I live on Badger Road area. I also have a business in city limits here. So I just wanted to put on the radar, the breakup period was pretty harsh with the water flow, the water table coming up. And I just wanted to say that I'd be in full support of any actions that we might take to manage the water flow from breakup. I could say that my shop was pretty much a lake. It's a short-lived time, right? Breakup only lasts a week or two, but it's a critical time because we do get thawed water in the daytime, and then at nighttime it can frost and cause frost jacking and damage to city roads, but also residential, private property, and commercial businesses as well. And we know it's going to snow every year. breakup's going to happen every year. So if there was any plans, whatever was necessary, I'd be in support of looking into that.
Okay, sounds great. Do you have anything else? Questions? Yeah, please. Councilman Schuster.
I'll go ahead. Your shop is on Homestead, is that correct?
Yes.
I know in you're newer to the area, but does it seem like that water is coming from Ford subdivision, which is
It's flowing
south of you?
from, yes, it's flowing from the Ford subdivision moving towards the highway. So we're kind of catching all the snow load, and it's great that Ford subdivision's there. We got new housing and we needed that. Their foundations are higher than the rest of the older neighborhood, which is where we're at. And it's pretty hard to pick up a building and raise the dirt level. And I know there was some past efforts to deepen the ditches and that sort of thing. There's definitely, it definitely seemed like there's a need for it. Some of those ditches too are also just eroding away. Particularly on my property, I noticed the spillover from the ditch just then came into the property and just filled in every low point there. Like I said, it was pretty short-lived, but I was getting water intrusion just under the concrete and everything else, which we had I kind of think we had a more gentle breakup than I expected this year. But had it been a night, one of those nights where we would go down to -20, -30, frost jacking can definitely cause a lot of damage. That ground thaws and then gets saturated, and when it freezes, things move. So,
Councilman Brent.
What's your business?
pest control, Mr. D's Pest Solutions.
Oh, you're the one that bought Honeywagon's old.
Yeah, the
oh,
old
okay.
North
Got
Star
it.
Honeywagon.
Right. So just so you know, I did spend a significant amount of time over a couple days last week with our director of city services and our public works director, looking at what's happening as it's happening rather than just, projections of what could happen from our engineer before. We even met with the engineer that will be designing the fixes in the area. We met with some of the residents, a contractor, Mr. Schuster, met with him too. We came up with what we thought was going to be a solution for everything, but there was a little bit of a hiccup in that. But we are working on it. So one of the things that we did this year is we rented a larger pump than we had before, a 6-inch pump. And that seemed to really fix a lot of the problems within several hours, actually. So that's not a permanent solution, but we are working on permanent solutions for that. So
perfect. Thank you. Is that it?
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Welcome to the city.
Okay, Rita Trometer from here in North Pole area. I'm coming forth with a concern that I brought to a council member a while ago when it occurred here in the city. And I see this past week it has occurred again. We have graffiti underneath the bridge. And some people might not be offended by it, but it is not a welcoming entrance to North Pole, the city of joy and Christmas season. It was taken care of the last time, and I was told that once it's gone, it'll probably won't appear again. And I said, well, maybe you should put cameras up under. Oh, we can't put cameras up there because that is state property. And I understand the state does own that road and the bypass. I get that. I don't know why we can't put cameras up somewhere on North Pole property so that we can take care of the vandals. It's just not very welcoming. And you know what? If they can do it under the bridge, they're going to start doing it elsewhere if there is no repercussions. I don't know the legal aspects of what you can do, how you can do it, but we do need to make an initiative to stop it. And I come through North Pole quite often, and it was like when I saw those little gray blocks, I was like, oh, good, it's cleaned up, but now it's back again. And I think that we need to work something out, or I should say the city needs to work out something with the state on how that can be rectified. I'm sure that cameras are not that expensive, and it's probably in the same ballpark of the same people that's doing it, because if they do it once, they get away with it. They do it twice, they get away with it. And then it'll go around town. And we all know that we have the officers in town. They do a very good job of monitoring other things that's going on. And so I really think that there needs to be a way to distract from it. And I think cameras probably is the easiest way to do it. And so I'm just here as a concerned citizen. And so that's all I have to say.
Thanks. Councilman Schuster.
Just have kind of a quick one because I thought the same thing with cameras. When the new overpass, when you leave 12 Mile, that one's been hit too.
I know it has.
And I drove by that and my mind went to cameras too. I was going to just ask the chief, is there anything you can think of, like cameras that would help and deter that?
We've talked about it. There's a couple challenges with cameras. If you get the kind that allows remote monitoring back to some type of system that retains that footage and can be monitored remotely, then you're dealing with something that either requires a very high-powered setup to transmit or a cable of some type. We have those at the Memorial Park, and they've been very difficult to maintain there, and they somewhat integrate with dispatch, but you're potentially talking about a standalone security camera system that could be quite prohibitively expensive. Stepping down from that, the other thing we've discussed last week was other types of cameras, game cameras, these types of things. The challenge with that is there is so many people passing through that space legitimately that any camera that we position trying to catch people spray painting is going to necessarily catch every car and every person walking by, and most of those cameras operate off sensing motion. And so when they sense the motion, they start a video or they take a picture. And so you're going to end up with a camera that is full in a matter of hours or a very short period of time. It's the same people that did it this same time last spring. We're currently working that case, looking at other cameras in the surrounding area on some of the businesses. There's some limitations there too, because the quality is not particularly great. If you didn't notice, they've also tagged one of the Jersey barriers in the Safeway parking lot with similar stuff. So we're looking at a couple of the hardware stores to see potentially where they might have gotten paint from, and we're continuing to be vigilant. Unsurprisingly, they wait till we're not there before they do it. So we do drive through there frequently, but we are having the conversation about cameras. There are just some things that make it a little more complex than just putting a camera up there.
Well, I appreciate that you're working on it, and it's been a topic of discussion.
Yeah, it certainly has. Councilman Brandt.
I would recommend more patrolling inside the city limits to deter stuff like that. If the police are seen more often, then I think that would deter that type of behavior. Tim, last year when this happened, I know that we worked with DOT. Were we the ones that painted to cover that up? So do we have like standing permission to do that, or do we have to get permission every time to cover up the?
I didn't talk to DOT last time. I believe it was the mayor that talked last time.
Yes.
Guess what?
Yes,
have
we-
standing permission. so
We
can get
have
it.
approval to go out and to cover up and take care of that. That takes it off of the state's hands to go and do that. So we have been discussing that, but with the colder temperatures at night and the cure time that it takes for paint, we want to wait to deal with that until it's a little warmer. I feel the exact same way. It's a distraction to those people who are starting to visit our neighborhood into our city, and there's some vulgarity in other tags that have been noticed on that. So I appreciate you coming here and bringing that forth.
I just remember when I was a young kid, if something like that happened and they knew who did it, which he's saying they do, go give them toothbrushes and start working, take care of it. So, but anyway, thank you.
And I just want to say, Dr. Barbara Haney is the best we've got. And so I will look forward to seeing yes votes across the board tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Traumer.
Hi,
Good evening.
thank you very much. And I appreciate the faith that you guys have put in me. And I thank you for your support in putting my name forward again. I know it's not easy, but it's, I think, important for them to understand. To me, I didn't take it as an offense of me personally, although they had hoped I would.
Ms. Haney, if you're going to speak on the item, if you want to
Oh.
wait until we get to that on our agenda,
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're in the point of our meeting for citizens' comments.
Well, actually, I didn't really want to be here when you discussed it because I felt that if I was here, it might inhibit debate. So I just wanted to thank you ahead of time. If you have any questions while I'm here now, like I said, I didn't want to hang out because I felt that if I was here, that might curtail some of the discussion, and I don't want that to be. But I have appreciated every one of you. And whether it's this or in other matters, I look forward to working with all of you, as always. On another note, I know there was some discussion about Westcott Pool and the water level, and it's my recollection that in the summer of 2024, we had a very robust discussion about the water removal under that table, and I wish I could remember the exact night, and I don't remember, but I do believe it was in August of 2024. So if somebody's trying to figure out when that discussion might have been to look at the records in the borough, that's about the time they would have seen it. So anyway, thank you very much, and have a great evening, and I'll stay here if you have any questions before I depart.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Haney. Please.
I would encourage you to stay for the discussion. I mean, there's nothing in any of us are going to say that we wouldn't say in front of you. And I would actually like your input if you would. So
All right.
if you want to stay, I would encourage that, please.
Right. I don't know how far into the agenda will it be this evening? In the beginning?
10:30?
Okay.
I mean, we have a rather hefty agenda to
I
go
will be
through, and that would
available.
just be
I
my
will be
guess.
available telephonically if you have any questions. I had surgery last Tuesday, and so I was kind of actually looking forward to going home tonight and kind of kicking my feet up a little bit. So
Understood. Any other questions? Thank you.
thank you very much, and thank you for all for your service.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and area of residence, please. And if you haven't signed in, please do so.
I have signed in.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I'm Joe Kinney. I live on Plato Way, which is off of Plaque Road. And I'm here to, in support of my neighbor, Lisa Rockwell, who apparently has emailed each one of you concerning a nuisance property on Plato Way. And it's a junkyard. The guy's got, I don't know how many cars and who knows what else there, but I know there's probably 10 cars that are encroaching on my property. And that's one concerning thing. Another thing is there's a pit in the backyard of this property, which I understand they used the gravel from that lot to make the roads in that neighborhood back in the 80s. Now, probably 4 or 5 years ago, there was dump trucks up and down the road for probably a month or so bringing fill in and filling in this hole. And I assumed it was just soil, but one time I saw a truck go by and it was obviously, construction debris also along with the soil. So who knows what's buried there. So now there's a concern with the drinking water, because it just goes everywhere. So I don't know if you guys have any jurisdiction with it being out there outside city limits, but I'm just here to make it known that there's a problem out there. And I've already learned something from a few people here about the what to do with the junk cars. I can call somebody and, so I have learned something today, but, I'll be as brief as I can. I just wanted to bring it up and let you know about it and maybe find out where to go from here, so.
Oh, please, Councilman Brandt.
Unfortunately, you are well outside the city limits, so
Mhm.
there's nothing that we could do about
Right.
that. But I would highly encourage you to go and testify at the Borough Assembly meeting on Thursday. They have a junkyard ordinance, and they have the power to cause it to be, put it that way.
Mhm. Yeah,
Where we do not have any say outside the city
right.
limits on that.
I
so.
understand, yeah,
But I appreciate your frustration.
yeah. Okay.
Mr. Kenny, thank you for being here this evening. And what I would tell you is, if please call me or email me with that address. I can send that over to the planning department and see if we can get some traction that way to at least bring it to their attention that things are happening over there off of Plato Way, and try and get some movement on that. Assembly member Wilson is with us this evening. If you have a chance during a break, I'd recommend talking with her and seeing what she could do at the borough level to assist with that.
Okay.
That would be great. So thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, Miss Wilson, to throw you under the bus, but you're here as the borough representative, straight from your mouth, and can say anything this evening. Anyone else for citizens' comments this evening? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up online?
I do not.
Okay, with that, it moves us on to closing citizens' comments, on to approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Move to approve the agenda?
Second, Skips.
So moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I'd move to amend the agenda.
Please state your amendment.
I would move to amend to add approval of the minutes under 6 for April 2026 work session, April 2026 committee of the whole minutes, and April 2026 regular meeting minutes to the consent agenda, along with items B or 12C, which is request to council North Pole Loyal Order of Moose liquor license renewal, and Siniga, no objection to that. 12D, request to council System Design West invoice for SEMT to pay that invoice. Request 12E, request to council appointment of Anton Keller to Interior Alaska Ardor. And then 12N, request to council approve Merlot consulting contract per the updated memo from our City Services Director Tim Glidden that was provided tonight. And 12O, request to council approve North Star Engineering consulting contract per the new memo provided by Director Glidden this evening.
Second, Skips.
Discussion. Madam Clerk, can we take a vote on that, and then can that carry the main motion of the agenda, please?
Okay, I think I understood what you're saying. On the motion to amend tonight's agenda, Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Church.
Yes.
That passed with 7. And on the agenda for this evening, Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote on either one of those? Okay, that brings us to item 7, communications from the mayor. First off, I would like to thank 2 city employees. They aren't with us here this evening, but Marty Donovan, who has been a utility employee now for 20 years as of May 8th. So if you see him out and about, please congratulate him on that big milestone. And then from Public Works, Mike Malatok, who has been with Public Works now for 5 years as of May 24th. So I'd like to congratulate both those city employees. Round of applause for them, even though they're not here. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. Other communications from myself, on April 25th, I attended Retiree Appreciation Day on Fort Wainwright. I'd like to thank the Northern Military Retiree Council and the U.S. Army Garrison Alaska for inviting me out to that. It was a great time to sit down with our retirees and their spouses, and the support that they give to our local community through that, the information that they provided, and truly helping those who have served our country. I can't be more appreciative of that. So I'd like to also thank the volunteers, vendors, and the command who assist those spouses and members of our armed services. On April 28th, thank you, Ms. Wilson, for mentioning this. I also attended the redesign of Fifth Avenue Park down at the North Pole Library. I'd like to thank Bettisworth North and Public Works, Parks and Rec from the borough for being there that evening. They had so many people from Parks and Rec that anyone who attended could grab either one from Parks and Rec or an engineer and have that discussion as to what you wanted to see Fifth Avenue Park look like, how you wanted it designed, pick the equipment that you want. And they're using a German engineering company that brought some truly North Pole designs to that project and open house. So I appreciate that. If you haven't seen it, you really should stop by Public Works and take a look at what they have there for that design. Oh. I'd like to say congratulations to North Pole High School JROTC, who attended this year at the National Drill Championship. There were 39 teams from across the country that attended, and North Pole High School right here took second out of the 39 national teams. It's quite an honor. So I want to say congratulations to them. Also, congratulations to Elijah Johnson, who captured first in the 200-meter dash this weekend. And took first in the 300-meter hurdles. It's great track and field to watch North Pole compete against local schools, against other schools throughout the state. I grew up Catholic. Some of you know that, some of you don't. I attended a lot of retreats, and on one such occasion, I came across a father named Jim Kolb. I don't know if any of you know him. He has been a longtime member of the Fairbanks area. But on May 16th, he will be celebrating his 50th year as a priest, and I'd like to say congratulations to Father Jim Kolb for that, and thank you for his mentorship to youth across the area. Really a great guy, if you've ever had the chance to talk with him. Events around our community, some of those have already been talked about. May 5th, tomorrow, is the end-of-year orchestra concert at North Pole High School, if you're interested in doing that. May 6th is the end-of-year band concert at North Pole High School at 7 p.m., so there's no excuse not to get out and do something this week. Also on May 6th is GVA's annual membership meeting from 4 to 8 at the Carlson Center. It is your chance to win, I have a clapped out Ford Ranger, but a well-used Ford Ranger, one of their service vehicles. You can sign up and they'll give that away at the end of the day. I believe that they'll also be giving away trees at that event. May 6th, Carlson Center, 4 to 8. May 9th, the students of North Pole High School, Future Farmers of America, are doing their plant sale from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at North Pole High School. If you're looking for a last-minute Mother's Day gift, this is one of those opportunities. Along with May 8th at the Nakanaga, they're having their monthly art pop-up sale at Morris Thompson from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Graduation was already mentioned. That is May 13th for North Pole High School at Carlson Center at 7 p.m. Tons of sports, baseballs in session. So is soccer, and so is track and field. North Pole High School competes in all of those along with the local area schools, so get out and support our North Pole students. Thank you for mentioning the NAMI Walk. I believe that was the chamber. Thank you for that. That's May 16th again at 9 a.m. at the Welcome Center here in North Pole. And then Cleanup Day, May 16th. If you want to sign up for a specific area, you can do that, I believe, on the Boy Scouts, Midnight Sun Boy Scouts Council to pick and choose an area. Bags will be available over at the fire station starting next weekend, this weekend. You already have them. Excellent. Okay. And with that, I'll take any questions of the mayor. Seeing none, we are moving on to communications from department heads. Madam Clerk, would you like to start this evening?
Yeah, when I was preparing this very long agenda, I chose not to prepare a department report so we could get onto the agenda unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll take the borough representative. Did we have a borough representative? No?
No, I was out of town in Texas, but I will be at all future
It's okay.
going forward.
Everybody needs to take a vacation. How was Texas?
It was fantastic.
Wonderful. All right. Write down the list there, Chief, since you have the mic in front of you.
Yeah,
Good
so
evening.
very quickly, just some things the council and community should be aware of. A couple of them you've heard already, but I'll reiterate. This Saturday, the 9th, we're having a little cleanup session at the Memorial Park starting at 9 a.m. We do this every year to just do some sweeping and leaf blowing and that type of thing in preparation for the memorial, which will occur on the 14th at 11 a.m. We invite everyone to come out to that. Commemorate the folks that have lost their lives in service to this community. Following that, the 16th has been mentioned already, but I'll just put a plug in your ear that that's also Torch Run Day. The Law Enforcement Special Olympics Torch Run is occurring at 10 a.m. That's going to happen out at Chena Lakes. It's always a great time. We have kicked off our Kids Summer Safety Initiative, which involves the recognition of children that are behaving safely around the city of North Pole. What that will entail is an officer has a wooden token that is good for one free ice cream cone at the Santa Claus house. We very much appreciate their partnership with us now for going on 3 years to do this. And so to the community, if your kids are out and about, just ensure they're wearing helmets and crossing the street safely and otherwise behaving responsibly, and they'll be looking at some free ice cream. On that note, every year I try to emphasize around this time the need for safety regarding ATVs and other off-highway vehicles. We always get a very mixed response to that notification that I try to give to the community. We've already investigated one non-fatality accident inside the city of North Pole with an ATV and a juvenile versus a vehicle. There also was a tragedy this last week, sort of similar circumstances. So a lot of the responses I get to those types of notices is kids will be kids, let them have their fun, these types of things people are saying. And while I agree with that on one level, you don't win when you're riding a dirt bike through traffic and you get struck. So that is our concern, is that parents would be impressing the seriousness of some of these decisions upon their young folks so they'd understand there's a time and place to have that type of fun where it isn't necessarily so costly. So I would just urge those that may listen to this meeting to keep that in the back of their mind and teach good, responsible habits with those types of vehicles. Also respect people's private property, and when you're utilizing those as well. Not everywhere is just open season to drive them. So be knowledgeable about that. Also, with it being spring, sunny skies, traffic speeds in general are starting to try to pick up. People should be aware that we will be out and about looking for folks driving excessively fast on surface streets or on the highway. Be safe, North Pole. We need to make it through the summer. We are moving forward with the canine. That's going well. Still expect that to go live in July, first couple weeks of July. I think that's everything. I'll take any questions you might have.
I'd just like to say thank you for your social media presence, for the good deeds, and also about the ATVs and getting that out early and trying to get in front of that. I know it's never popular, but notice and getting that out there in our community is super important, and please wear your helmets. They really do save lives. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Horlock.
Just working on the audit, meeting weekly with the auditors to make sure that everything is getting responded to, and just learning about everything that's going on in the city. So working on the audit, and that's about it so far.
Any questions? Moving on. Mr. Glidden.
So David Brent and Schuster and I spent 2 days last week checking out the snow as it melted, so we could see where it's coming from and where it's going, and I think that was very valuable time. So while we're moving forward with stormwater projects, it's nice to have that background information. It looks like a lot of the snow is gone, so hopefully we're through the biggest problems of the breakup season. We're going to start sweeping up the gravel in the roads, and we are currently picking up Christmas decorations all over the city, as some of our residents have complained. It's still Christmas season, so apparently we should leave them out. And we had our first summer hire start today, so that's pretty exciting for us. It's a very large agenda, so that's probably enough for me. Unless you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Glidden. Chief Heineken.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the change of season, other than the water runoff. So I'll be real brief as well with this full agenda. Right now, this week, we're conducting interviews and testing for our open firefighter positions. So we plan to probably have that finished up at the end of the week, and then make offers possibly as early as next week to fill that position, which will bring us to full staffing, which is a good thing. Last month, we concluded the recruitment process for the 2026 apprentice program. Happy to report we had 16 applicants, 15 that actually participated in the recruitment process. And as hard as it was, we did bring that down to the 3 apprentices that we've made offers to. They will start July 1, just as the current apprentices had. They'll be finishing up June 30th this year. So yeah, we look forward to another great year of some pretty top candidates. Pretty impressive to get that number of applicants. So we were very happy. Last thing I have is some of you might recall a couple years ago when we received our newest ambulance. At that time, we had made the decision not to send one of the older ones to auction. It was, for multiple reasons. One of the reasons is we just don't get much for them, and it still had value as a reserve. But the largest was that we were looking into the options to do what they call a remount on these ambulances. And so we've been looking further into that. And it looks like that might be a prime candidate for our next, when we need another replacement ambulance. And what that remount comprises of is we'll take our old ambulance and it'll actually be shipped south to the manufacturer, and they pull the box off of it, off of the chassis, and they're able to strip that box down and renew that, and then apply that to a brand new truck chassis. And it comes back virtually is a newer unit, but because the material costs and labor costs are drastically lower than having to create one from nothing, it looks like it's probably about a 30% savings from ordering one brand new from scratch. So I'm working out the details to get possibly that put together, and then I'm just getting this on your radar. So as I start to present things to you as a council, that you're apprised as to what the plan is. If you want to know more about it, have concerns, questions, anything, get a hold of me. We can go through things, and I can show you how that process would pan out. But I'm hopeful to get that unit possibly down south this summer to get the work beginning. So that's all I have. I can take any questions.
Councilman Brent.
What kind of cost savings would we have?
It's about
factoring and shipping it down and back.
Yeah, altogether compared to the quote I've got right now, compared to if they were to build that exact specification, it's 30% savings is what it looks like. So, definitely worthwhile. These aluminum boxes that are on the back of these ambulances, they're not what wear out. It's the chassis underneath them that becomes unreliable. So it's a good way to recycle and use a usable box that just needs to be, brought up to modern standards.
And then last year, if I'm not mistaken, I think we only had like 6 recruits or apprentices apply or something like that. And this, it was something like that. But I remember, didn't you say a couple of them stayed on as unpaid volunteers or something like that?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So yeah, last year it was only a handful of applicants, and we did have some go through it voluntarily, which they go through the academy portion the first 2 months, so they get the certification process. And we have 2 additional this year that at this point have verbally told us that they're interested in doing it. So it looks like we'll have the 3 paid apprentices and possibly 2 going through it voluntarily through the academy.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Please, Councilman Claus.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. We have that police memorial coming up this shortly, but I believe this past weekend was the National Firefighters Memorial Weekend, wasn't it?
I do not recall if it was. If it was, it wasn't brought to our attention. But I'm not saying it was not.
I think it was. Thank you. Anyway, with public safety, my heart goes out to all the public safety agency personnel who are actually out there risking their lives. And you just never know what's going to happen from day to day. So lots of love to that community. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I believe we've made it through everyone there, and we'll move on. Ongoing projects, number 10, we have none. Brings us on to 11A. Can I get a motion, please, to adopt item 11A?
Motion to adopt ordinance 2026-04, amending 212-350 compensation.
Second skips.
So moved and seconded. Can we get a staff report, please?
Who do you want to do it?
It doesn't matter. We covered it pretty well last meeting. All this is doing is eliminating the $100 they would get paid for work sessions. So hopefully we will have more work sessions, so we're better informed as a council. And reducing the amount paid for the North Pole representative on the Borough Assembly from $175 meeting to $100 a meeting.
Thank you. Do we have anybody signed up online for testimony?
I have nobody signed up online.
Anybody in the room would like to give public testimony on this? Okay, that brings us to council discussion. Please, Councilman Brandt.
At the last meeting, Mr. Skips brought up the fact that, time and money is valuable. And while I agree with that, I also want to point out the fact that we have a number of committees, and none of our committee members are compensated at all. Tonight, we're asking, for Mr. Keller and Dr. Haney to represent North Pole on a couple different commissions, and neither one of them are being compensated at all for this. So for us to be paying ourselves $100 for a 1-hour work session, I think is very egregious.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Brandt. Anyone else? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On ordinance 2026-04, amending council compensation, Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Claus, Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster, Mr. Williams, Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That passed with 7 yeses.
You. Brings us on to 11B. Can I get a motion, please, to adopt?
Motion to adopt ordinance 2026-05, amending 212-030, council meeting time and place.
Second skips.
Thank you for that. Staff report, please.
This just, I mean, we've already talked about it, but what this does is eliminates the committee of the whole and lets us start at 6 p.m. versus starting at 7 p.m. So hopefully we won't end up going so late or running out of time when we have lengthy agendas.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for public testimony online or anyone in the room who would like to give testimony on this item?
I have nobody signed up online.
Okay, that brings us to council discussion. Madam Clerk, as a point of clarification, I believe that there was a amendment made at our last meeting that would have the meeting start at 6:30. Is that correct?
That motion failed.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Brings us to council discussion. Yeah, please. Councilman Claus.
Thank you. Well, I was out in the community as usual, walking around, and I've had 3 people tell me so far that they were thinking with the, in a month or 2, we've got people who are going to run for council declaring their candidacy and stuff. And all 3 separately said that if the meeting started at 6 o'clock, that they would not run for council, which is pretty unusual. So I said, what would make a difference? And they were suggesting either keeping it at 7 or possibly 6:30. So that's just for some feedback from our local folks here, those who are willing to serve.
Thank you, Councilman Claus. Councilman Schuster.
I would like to also show my support for changing it to 6:30. Like I said at the last meeting, I would say a good majority of our citizens are driving from Fairbanks who get off work at 5 o'clock, and our public testimony being at the beginning of our meeting, it doesn't leave very much time. Also, work sessions before the meeting would have to start at 5, which a lot of council members can't make.
Please, Councilman Claus.
And there was another part which has to do with number 7 of this particular ordinance. It says business requiring council action, etc. I'm not quite sure why we even need a consent agenda per se. Why can't we just go into the meeting like we usually do? And if somebody wants to move to consent, just move to consent an item, when it pops up, when the agenda is up for approval, instead of having 2 separate agendas altogether, like a consent agenda and a regular agenda. So that just made me think. Thank you.
So I can answer that question as
Go
to
ahead,
how we came up to that.
Councilwoman Rolfe.
So basically, the borough does it. The idea is this would be similar to how the boroughs has it. There'd be a mark on the calendar that shows that that item is on the consent agenda. The reason for that is knowing, one, that it's on the consent agenda ahead of time, especially for those who are coming to speak at the meeting. Let's say, for example, if somebody wanted to speak on the appointment of Mr. Keller to the Arter, and they didn't know because they didn't come at 6:30 that we were going to consent that item, they would have let public testimony end because it wouldn't have been appropriate to talk about it at that time. And then we went and consented it after public testimony ended, and now they don't get the chance to talk about it. We've had that issue come up actually in one other council meeting where somebody wasn't going to talk about it because they assumed that it was going to come up later, and they had not come at 6:30, did not know we were going to move that. They were notified by the council when they were speaking that they should go ahead and speak on it now because that was going to happen. So this would kind of fix that issue from happening. It still would be one agenda. It would just denote on the agenda that those items are already consented. And there is a procedure for council member to pull that from the consent agenda if it wanted to be talked about.
Councilman Schuster, sorry.
I just do have one more on the time change to 6:30. I just want to note that this, having the meeting early, wouldn't save the city any money. We're not paying department heads overtime. It's comp time. So it's, whether it starts at 7 or 6, it doesn't make a difference as far as our cost.
Councilman Brandt.
Well, I have two things on that. The comp time does cost us because it is uses vacation time, and it's used before vacation time, and then vacation time can be cashed out. And then it's also lost work. Comp time means that, you know, if these gentlemen here spend 5 hours here tonight, that's 5 hours of work they don't get to do uh, if they choose to use it as comp time or to go home early or whatever. I have no problem with 6:30. The only reason I put it at 6 o'clock is because that's how the borough does it. You know, Fairbanks does 6:30. I just thought that I spoke to the department heads and staff that attend the meetings, and they don't go home after they're off work. They just hang out here. And so I thought earlier start time would be nice for them. As far as the consent agenda, the other reason why I would like to have a consent, the items on the agenda as consented ahead of time is so, like this evening, Chief Heineken would not have had to come in to talk about the item that we consented. So, yeah, not that we don't love having you here, but I'm sure you have better things to do than sit here, you know, just waiting to maybe be asked a question. So if it was on the consent agenda, the staff would know ahead of time that they do not need to attend the meeting. And then as to Mr. Claus's concern, there is not two agendas, it's one agenda. The next ordinance that we're talking about, that we're going to talk about will add approval of the agenda and consent agenda. And then, like Ms. Rolfs said, the items on the agenda will just have an asterisk next to them indicating that they are consented. So it will be on the same agenda. There is not two separate agendas.
So Councilman Brandt, if we had an item on the consent agenda and told department head, sorry, chief, you're getting picked on a little bit tonight, but let's say that that item was consented and a single member of our council decided, let's talk about it. Now we've given a department head an idea that I don't need to be here to talk about it. You go on about your day. One of our council pulls that off the consent agenda and decides to discuss that, which happens quite frequently at the borough. What would be your recommendation in addressing that? Should we start calling our department heads at home, asking them to work rather than being here to give testimony on that item? Or what would your fix be for that, sir?
No, that's ridiculous. We get our meeting packet 10 days ahead of time. That gives us a full work week plus Monday to ask any questions of our staff and to let them know that we will be pulling it from the consent agenda and that they would need to attend. Pretty simple.
So what if that pulling it from the consent agenda was done at the meeting at the approval of the agenda? How would that then be addressed if we didn't have a department head? Would we kick that business then down the road to the next meeting? Is that the thought behind it?
That is the time that we do pull it from the consent agenda. And what I'm saying is the council just needs to communicate with the staff that they're going to ask to pull it from the agenda. It's pretty simple.
Okay, please, Councilman Schuster,
I would like to make an amendment.
please state the amendment.
On line 22, line 72, and line 74, I would like to change the time from 6 to 6:30.
Second.
The Robert rules, if you can make the same amendment a second time, but
He didn't actually,
to,
Actually, a little different.
I don't,
okay.
I believe last time you only made it for a single line. Yep. Wait,
I think it's still the same amendment, but The clerk would have to tell us under
Yeah.
Robert's rules if that's allowed.
Madam
Don't
Clerk?
know.
It's a different amendment that he's making,
Okay.
but I need a clarification. I need, so the first time, the first go round, my understanding was it was changing on line 22. Am I incorrect?
You are correct.
Okay. And so this time you're changing the business to be done.
Be changing 22, 72, and 74.
Correct. So it is not the same motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Any public testimony on that change?
I don't have a problem with it, but it is the same because you're including 22 again.
It's the same amendment.
It's
It's just.
So,
You want me to withdraw it so somebody else can make it? Is that?
no, it's the same amendment can't be made
Oh,
here, but
So as the clerk has spoken, and she is the keeper of Robert's rules and has said that it is a different amendment. Do we trust our department head, the clerk, Councilman Brandt, or do we err to your expertise in
are you
that?
going to start trusting her now then?
If you want to take an at ease, we can pull up Robert's rules.
Oh, I don't have a problem changing it to 6:30. So I don't really care one way or the other.
It's a much more thorough amendment.
It's fine with me.
It's changing it in all three sections, which
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. Anybody like to give public testimony to the amendment? Can we vote on the amendment, please, Madam Clerk?
on the amendment to change the meeting from 6 o'clock to 6:30 on line 74, 72, and line 22. Ms. Rolfe,
No.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mayor Church.
No. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This amendment passed 5 yeses to 2 noes.
Okay, any further discussion or amendments on this ordinance? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
An ordinance 2020-605. Council meeting time and place as amended. Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This ordinance passed with 7 yeses.
So everyone who's here, that has an effective date of today. So our next meeting then with this passing will start at 6:30, just so that everybody's aware, and we will post that at our Friday's agenda.
And I will put it as the banner pop-up on the city's homepage, just for additional site.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. That brings us to item 11C. Can I get a motion, please, to adopt?
Motion to adopt ordinance 2026-06, amending 212-060, order of business.
Second Skips.
So moved and seconded. Could I get a staff report, please? Please, Councilmember.
Again, we covered this pretty well last meeting. This will do 2 things. If you see on line 24, that will create a spotlight on North Pole business. And again, that is to have a local city of North Pole business come in and speak at the beginning of our meeting and tell us about their business. Like this gentleman that came in tonight to talk about the flooding on his property. We would love to have you come in and talk to us about your business sometime, free advertising. That really is just a way to get the word out about all the wonderful businesses that we have right here in North Pole. That, we are not a one-horse town. We're not just the Santa Claus house. We have a lot to offer in this city. And then line 26, it just says approval of the agenda and consent agenda. So anything that is going to be consented will have an asterisk on any future agendas. And we will approve the agenda as consented, basically. And one of the other things forgot to mention was that minutes will automatically be put into the consent agenda. So we will not have to, so that is taken, it's on here still, but that will have an asterisk on it. So.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Brandt. Is anyone signed up for public testimony on this item, Madam Clerk? Or anyone in the room who would like to give public testimony on this? Please come forth. Mr. Keller. Please state your name, place, area of residence.
Good evening, Council. Anton Keller, Board Subdivision. Thank you for consenting my appointment to Arter. First off, when we had the new agenda come forth when I was still on council, I was kind of confused a little bit about following the Assembly's agenda type because I've never felt comfortable with it, with having citizens' comments before the agenda actually comes in. So if we were talking about changing the agenda, I would highly recommend looking at moving citizens' comments to after the approval agenda, and that would solve some of the other issues of having consent agenda items and having testimony kind of in the air. So with that spotlight on business, with me being on Economic Development Committee, and hey, that's another plug for economic development. So that's my thought. Consent agenda. I've never been the feelies. They give me the EBGB sometimes with not having an opportunity to discuss things openly. Though sometimes it's warranted, and I was beneficiary of consent agenda. So with that, that's my end of my comments. Any questions, concerns?
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Keller, and thank you for wearing the North Pole coat. It looks good.
I couldn't find my other ones, so
Still repping North Pole.
there we go.
Anyone else for public testimony this evening? Okay, that brings us to council discussion. Councilman Brandt.
So as to your comment, Mr. Keller, the reason the citizens' comments is before the approval of the agenda and consent agendas is so if there is an item that is consented, so first of all, the citizens will know by looking at the agenda ahead of time that the item is on the consent agenda. That's not the way it has happened in the past. In the past, we had the committee of the whole half an hour before the meeting. We talked briefly about something and say, we'll consent it. We did that tonight for, half a dozen items. So in that case, if somebody did not come into the committee of the whole and didn't realize that something had been consented, they would not have a chance to talk about it at all. Now they can come in knowing that something is on the agenda that's consented, and during citizens' comments say, I want to talk about this item. And then when it comes to approval of the agenda, we can pull that item off of consent. That's why the citizens' comments is before. It's always been an issue with me that things have been consented, and we never had an avenue for a citizen to say, I want to talk about something that's consented. This fixes that problem.
I agree with you, Mr. Keller, and thank you for your testimony. What concerns me about this proposition, how it was put forth, is if the agenda changes and something gets pulled from the agenda or from the consent agenda, that's fine. Never mind. Not important. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else? Please, Councilman Claus.
Thanks, Mayor. Line 24, item D says spotlight on North Pole business. I think that's a good idea. I remember when Mr. Rixey was here with the North Pole Community Chamber of Commerce, he had offered to facilitate kind of organizing the queue for Spotlight on North Pole business. I wanted to make sure that people know that in order to be on that spotlight of North Pole business or North Pole business, one doesn't necessarily have to be a chamber member, the business. I don't want anybody excluded from being on that spotlight just because for one reason or another they might not want to join the chamber. I highly recommend people join the chamber, but just in case they don't, I don't think they should be precluded from being on that spotlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brandt.
I just want to add I brought it up before, but my intention with this is to, for them to specifically be a business within the city limits of North Pole. And the chamber does represent the greater North Pole area. And while those businesses are important too, I want to spotlight the businesses that are within our city limits. And I agree that they do not need to be chamber members to participate in this.
Any further discussion? I'd like to move to amend item line 34. Council comments should be council comments, not excluding the mayor. So I would like to move to remove excluding the mayor from line 34.
Second, Skips.
Would anyone like to give public testimony on this item? Any further discussion from council about that? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
On the amendment to change line 34 from council comments, excluding the mayor, to council comments, Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
No.
Ms. Rolfe,
No.
Mr. Brandt,
No.
Mr. Schuster,
No.
Mr. Claus,
No.
Mayor Church.
Yes. Would
That,
anyone like to change their vote?
that motion failed 5-2.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Any further discussion on this ordinance? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On ordinance 2026-06, amending order of business, Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Claus, Mr. Skips,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
And this ordinance passed 7-0 by 7 yeses.
All right, thank you. Before we move any further, I'd like to move to suspend the rules for 5 minutes.
Second.
Take care.
Coming again.
Happy to help. Sounds good. I just need an email and I can forward that on and make my piece for it. I know. Okay. We're missing a councilman. Okay, we'll call this meeting back into order. Madam Clerk, are we back online? Okay. Thank you for that. That brings us on to 11D. Can I get a motion, please, to adopt?
Move to adopt item D.
Would you mind reading through the whole thing, please?
Resolution
Councilman Claus?
2026-06, city AI policy for employees and elected officials, which was postponed from April 20th, 2026 at the regular city council meeting.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Thank you for that. That brings us to staff report. Who would like to give the staff report on this?
I'd be happy to, Mayor.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Councilman Claus.
Well, I spoke with actually communicated with our city attorney since our last meeting, and brought the concerns that were expressed during this last meeting forward. And his response was, at the 4/20/26 City Council meeting, council members expressed the need for further employee protection if their supervisors were to use generative artificial intelligence, Gen AI, regarding personnel records. If adopted, this amendment would preclude supervisors from using Gen AI to draft or revise a personnel record as defined by MPMC 2.36.080, which establishes 3 types of records. And I'm answering the question. So personnel file, confidential personal files, and medical information files, even if an employee's name and title were omitted from a general Gen AI input. The city and community are small enough that people could really figure out who the personnel record is about, which negates the purpose of keeping the most personal records confidential. This amendment balances those interests. So there is an amendment that I would like to introduce when the time comes.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you for the staff report. Is there anyone who would like to tie on to that? Okay, that brings us to citizens' comments and call for public testimony. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this or signed up online to speak to this? Mr. Rolfe, thank you for joining us. Please state your name and area of residence, please.
Adam Rolfe, I live on Lake Drive. I'm in favor of the AI use policy. I do hope that there's a little bit stronger language added to it to protect employees and to protect confidential information and to disclose the use of it to citizens and anybody who does any business with the city or its employees. So I do encourage this, and I do hope there's stronger language in your amendments that you put forward.
Mr. Rolfe, may I ask you a question? Since you're so involved with everything AI, what would be your suggestions in changing this policy to make it better? You mentioned employee security. What specific thing in this policy would you recommend changing based on your ideas and thoughts?
Hold me a minute. Let me pull up.
Certainly. Take your time, sir. Would it be helpful to put the policy up on the big screen there for you? Okay.
So section 6F, which speaks about disclosure of generative AI use. I would strike when appropriate. I would also strike only minimal use to edits and enhancements enhance existing text, audio, images, video, i.e. spelling, grammar, punctuation, and clarity. Looking at specifically your chat history that was produced in the public records, all of yours can be skewed into those categories, which would allow you to not disclose that you used ChatGPT or any AI service, which would be a disservice to the citizens, thinking that they're getting a genuine response from the mayor or any of the councils or any of the city employees. I would also agree that no, and I don't remember what section that is, but no reprimand letter should be generated from ChatGPT or any AI services. One, it is a small organization, and any little reference, whether you take out personal identifiable information and just talk in general terms, it's very easy to know you're talking to a council member or city department head or one of their subordinates. So I would think precluding that would be of benefit to the city.
Okay. Any further questions? Did you have one, Chief? No.
I was
Yeah, just make sure the light's on. Thank you, sir.
It's pretty important to differentiate between generative AI at all and certain softwares that include Grammarly is a good example. Grammarly is not an AI per se, but within Grammarly, it is now at least part of it AI powered in its fixing grammar. So while you're not entering a prompt and having it spit out, as it says there, I can barely read it from so far away, but original text that the AI is producing, it is still leveraging AI to some degree. If you put an ordinance in that essentially hard stops all of that, you're going to affect a lot of other software because most of them have at least some little piece that includes AI. Even our video redaction software for public records requests uses AI to auto find people's faces and blur them, right, for speed enhancements. So those types of tools I think need to be retained because there's a big difference between that and I upload this document or I ask the AI to generate a document, right? Those are tools within software constraints. I can't take something that's correcting grammar and feed somebody's personnel file into it and have it generate new text. It can only modify what's already there. So that may be some of the purpose behind why it differentiates those two things there.
And in that regard, I would encourage a kind of percentage basis. While ChatGPT will generate a long thing by a prompt, and it will infer what you're trying to say and not necessarily what you actually said. Whereas in your instance, you've given it 99% of it, and it's just correcting your language. Whereas generative AI doesn't. But to your point, you're right. I think having some kind of majority of the percent you write would be beneficial and not just a generalized topic.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, did you have another question for
I just
the citizen?
clarified that this policy specifies generative artificial intelligence. So,
But it is getting tied into every system.
Sorry, I thought you had a question for the citizen. Thank you, Mr. Rolfe, for your testimony this evening. Anybody else like to give a comment this evening about this? Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up online who would like to give comment about this item?
I have nobody signed up online.
Okay, that moves us on to council discussion. Councilman Brandt, did you have a question?
No, I do have a proposed amendment.
Okay, well, should we talk about the item before we propose an amendment?
No, you said
Okay.
I have a question. I said, no, I just have a proposed amendment.
Continue on. Councilman Brandt. Please make your amendment.
I think everybody has a copy of it. I apologize for the format it's in. I thought it was going to be retyped. It was not. So it's a little bit messy. But basically, this does pretty much what Mr. Rolfe was talking about there. And this does say that use of generative AI must be disclosed, basically, is what it says. And there's several reasons for that, not just to be transparent, but also the fact that, as we found out without a very expensive lawsuit, anything that is put.
Order, you have to move the amendment and then get a second, and
Got it.
then we could
Okay.
discuss it.
I
So
apologize.
we could go in the right order.
So, so the amendment is in front of you, so. I propose, do I have to read the whole thing or, okay.
Yes, you do, into the record,
So
please.
I propose to change F to say, disclose Gen I use, period. The use of Gen I must be transparent and documented with an attribution. A Gen AI disclosure attribution is required if Gen AI was used to create or edit original content. An attribution must be used like one of the following. 1, for images, graphics, and video, a digital watermark, AI generated. 2, for documentation/written documentation, quote, this text was edited/generated by an artificial intelligence platform and was reviewed for accuracy by a member of the department/office.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Would anybody like to speak to this? Okay, that moves us on to council discussion. I guess I have a question about your amendment and about the entire thing. When it says that a digital watermark stating AI generated, who's going to be in control of adding that watermark when generative AI is used?
The person using generative AI. Well,
Okay, thank you, Councilman Brandt. Any further discussion about the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Do have the amendment on the screen and it's streaming on YouTube as well. On the motion to amend Resolution 2026-06 for the amendment that was moved by David, seconded by, moved by Mr. Brandt, seconded by Mr. Claus. Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Skips,
yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mayor Church.
No. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This amendment passed 6-1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Claus.
I make a motion to amend.
You may.
Thank you. I move to amend Resolution 2026-06 at page 3 of 5 of Policy 26-01 by striking 6D and replacing it with the following. D, prevent disclosure of confidential information in personnel records. Gen AI may make inputs and outputs publicly available. Covered personnel must only enter data and inputs suitable for public disclosure. Covered personnel must protect confidential, medical, HIPAA, personally identifiable, i.e. SSN, social security number and birth date, personnel records, and sensitive information from being put into Gen AI. For example, a supervisor must not use Gen AI to draft or review a personnel record defined by MPMC 2.36.080, which includes a performance discipline record. Similarly, an employee must not include a business's name and confidential sales tax return information when using Gen AI to analyze economic data.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Do we have anybody signed up for public testimony or would like to give public testimony on that amendment?
I have nobody on the line for public testimony.
Seeing none, that brings us to council discussion on that. Please, Councilwoman Rolfe.
So I have a question. Is there a reason why we don't just simplify it and say that generative AI cannot be used to alter, edit, create any kind of records that would have this kind of information in it? Because if they're putting it into any kind of thing close to this, they're going to be able to know who they're talking about. So I think just a stat, like a flat, you can't use it for personnel things under 236.080 would be more appropriate. I'm not sure why it's done this way instead. I guess really is my question.
I'm not positive either because the lawyer, our city attorney, drafted it. So I'm going on their recommendation.
Chief Heineken, because this would also preclude to our city contractors when it comes to medical billing, do you know if our contractor medical billing uses any of these to identify those folks?
I do not know the answer to that question off the top of my head. I'd have to research that and ask them.
Okay.
But it is possible, but I have no knowledge one way or the other.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Oh, please, Councilman Brandt.
It's covered personnel. I don't think that they're covered under this policy, so I don't think that extends to them.
It says on page 1, scope, item A, who this applies to employees, city officers. This policy also applies to city contractors that make public presentations or produce materials for public distribution. Collectively, city employees, elected officers, applicable contractors are referred to as covered personnel.
I stand corrected.
It's quite all right, sir. Please, Councilman Brandt.
I will say that this is very important that we do not input anything into AI that is confidential information. Anything that's input into any of these AI programs is just like disclosing it to a third party. After you do that, it's no longer considered confidential. We dodged a bullet with the lawsuit that we had. Our attorney did redact a lot of that information, and it was agreed that by the person that filed the lawsuit that was okay. If he had continued on with the lawsuit and required the information be provided by OpenAI, none of that information would have been redacted. We can't keep misusing ChatGPT. We just can't do it. It has cost us a fortune already. Let's just use it wisely. Don't use it for confidential matters, period.
Councilman Brandt, when you speak about ChatGPT, you're speaking about all AI.
AI, yes.
Okay, okay.
I just said ChatGPT in
just wanna
particular because
clarify.
that's a format that you were using that cost us well over $17,000 in legal bills.
Okay. Thank you for that, sir. Thank you for that. So I will tell you that every conference I've been to, whether it's for real estate or even at AML, they push the use of AI in absolutely everything we do, from writing emails to comparing documents. I understand why we're wanting to push this forward and have a policy that makes sense. I'm just not sure if it's too restrictive, and that there are things that aren't being considered with this policy that will truly affect the city's business moving forward.
Mayor,
Oh, please, Councilman Claus, I apologize.
I might add that if addressing your concern, if this were to be approved tonight with the amendments, there is nothing that prevents it from being amended further at a future council meeting should something like you were talking about arise regarding Gen AI. So I would like to have something on the books to start with, and then if the council in its wisdom, depending on who comprises it, decides that a change is in order, a change might be in order. But for the time being, I would like to see us have a policy in order and in effect as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaking to the amendment, any further discussion on the amendment as proposed? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment that was.
On the amendment to strike language D and replace with the, it was streaming on YouTube and is now back on the screen. Motion by motion by Mr. Claus, seconded by Ms. Rolfe. Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
The amendment passed with 7 yeses.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on this? I have a quick question for your amendment, Mr. Brandt, that passed. Was this approved by the attorney, and did the attorney review this language as it was placed in the policy?
No, he doesn't have to.
Okay. Councilman Claus, when this entire policy was created, did you create it, or how was this entire policy created? I hope not with the use of Gen AI.
Person to address this more fully would be our city clerk, who has more information, but I believe it was Alaska Connect. I believe it was our city clerk, and I believe there are other people and organizations that had input. So
I can speak to that. Rob Palmer created the policy. I pushed it to Alaska Connect so they could make the amendments that would make it accommodate their needs. And then it came to council. You guys had it read last time, postponed it. Mr. Claus had it sent to Mr. Palmer, who made this amendment based on council's request for a change. So excuse me, I didn't really have any input in the creation of the policy. I did move the puzzle pieces between the attorney, Alaska Connect, and you, the council.
I appreciate that, Madam Clerk. So for this section that was requested change, did attorney Mr. Palmer review the entire document, or was it just this section because this was the section that was brought up as a concern at our last council meeting?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
It was a discussion Mr. Claus had with attorney who reviewed the entire policy, but reviewed the council meeting at whatever minute you had asked that further information. It was a discussion between Santa and Rob.
Okay, so Mr. Palmer did review the entire document, not just the section that was proposed for a change.
He did create the entire document and then he did review it per your request, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion about this? Any further amendments? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On Resolution 2026-06, City AI Policy for Employees and Elected Officials as amended, Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
and Mayor Turch.
No. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This resolution passed with 6 yeses and 1 no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. That moves us on to new business, item 12A. Can I get a motion, please, to introduce?
Motion to introduce ordinance 2026-07, third budget adjustment, 2026 budget.
Second, Skips.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Harlock, good evening.
Good evening. This budget adjustment covers quite a bit here. First order is the settlement claim. We actually received that check today. So that is the settlement claim expense for the utility. And then we have a couple other ones, mostly for Tim, for improvements. $5,000 for the Tyler respec bill, and then, Tyler bill, and then we wanted to increase $78,000 for professional services for the respec sewer contracts, 25,000 for equipment repairs, and then 15,000 for sewer lights. And then in addition to that, we had an increase in legal fees, partially to cover the last bill, and then that's it. Yep.
Thank you for that. Do we have anybody signed up for public testimony, Madam Clerk?
I do not have anybody signed up.
Anyone in the room like to give public testimony? Mr. Rolfe, thank you. Please state your name and area of residence.
Adam Rolfe, I live on Lake Drive. It's getting very concerning how expensive our legal bills have become over the last year and a half or so. When 5 years prior haven't even touched this amendment price. We're increasing it by yet another $55,000. That is insane. Where is this money coming from? What are we using it for? Why are we all of a sudden using the lawyer more now than we have ever in the past? Lawsuits aside, we're still using far more than we ever have. Why? That is nuts. When is it going to stop? When are we going to do a spending cap? Because, I mean, what else can you do? This is nuts. And it's not directed to you. It's directed to everyone. It's a question for everyone. It's insane. We have to get a handle on the legal fees. There's no way around that. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that. Anyone else? With that, we'll move on to council discussion. Councilman Brandt.
I'd like to propose an amendment on general fund legal fees for admin, reduce it from $55,000 to $10,000.
Second.
So moved and seconded.
So,
Um,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, we have to call for public testimony on that. Anyone like to give public testimony on that amendment? Okay, go ahead. Councilman Brandt.
To Mr. Rawls' point, this ordinance does not increase the legal fees by $55,000. It increases it by $120,500 total. When last year, all of last year we spent, or the previous year, 2024, we spent $38,000 the entire year. So I agree with Mr. Rolfe that our legal bills are getting out of hand. I sat down with our new CFO and we went over the last legal bill. And I talked to Mr. Palmer, our attorney. He said a lot of this last legal bill was there was a backlog of stuff because we hadn't had an attorney for nearly 2 months. So a lot of this was just a backlog. But when I looked through it, there's a lot of waste in this also. That I agree, we need to stop contacting our attorney for petty. I can't say the word here. So I am not willing to, so the legal fees for admin. Admin basically is the mayor himself. Admin includes the legal department. I talked to Mr. Harlock. He does not anticipating needing any legal fees. We've already spent all of what we've allocated for the entire year and then some. This would start us back at the allocated amount from here going forward. Having said that, the 55,000 is just outrageous. We cannot have the mayor by himself contacting the lawyer every single day and running up a legal bill like we did with our previous attorney. So this will just put some checks and balances on that particular line item. If he uses up this $10,000, he's going to have to come to council again and explain why. That's why I'm proposing.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any further discussion on this? So I would like to say something. I don't unilaterally call our attorney, Councilman Brandt, as you like to say, and use our attorney for my own doing. I call based on city business and city concern. I understand your amendment, and I agree with Mr. Rolfe as much as he shakes his head at me, that our legal fees are out of hand. At the same time, we just passed a 5-page AI document that probably cost $3,000. I didn't propose that. So if anyone's going to get thrown under the bus for this, I suppose I'll be the guy who takes that and smiles and says, "Thank you very much. I'll have another." So thanks for that, Councilman Brandt. Any further discussion on the amendment? Please, Councilman Brandt.
A lot of what you call our attorney for is when you disagree with advice given to you by our department heads and you're trying to get your way and the attorney more often than not says, "No, you're wrong." We need to start trusting our department heads and their expertise and stop using our attorney to settle disputes between you and them.
I agree with that. Thank you, Councilman Brandt.
And please do it.
Oh, okay. I'll take that advice, if that was advice. No more further discussion. Please call the roll on Councilman Brandt's amendment.
On the amendment to decrease the administrative legal line item from 55,000 to 10,000, Mr. Williams, Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Claus, Mr. Skips, and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This amendment passed with 6 yeses and 1 no.
Okay, perfect. Any further discussion on this ordinance? Please, Councilman Brandt.
To propose another amendment on general fund legal fees council, take that from $15,000 to 0.
Second.
Who seconded that? I'm sorry.
Schuster, Councilman Schuster. Do we have anybody who would like to give public comment to that?
I have nobody online.
That brings us to council discussion.
So again, speaking with Mr. Harlock, I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. Okay. So right now, we have HR and city clerk legal fees bundled together. And it's because it's the same department, the way our budget currently works. What would be more appropriate in the future is to separate the line item for legal fees for HR and city clerk, because this year in particular, we've had massive HR bills, and those are extremely unfortunate, but nothing we can do about that. So it's hard to tell how much the city clerk is costing us and how much HR is costing us. Having said that, anything that council uses the attorney for should go under city clerk. She is the clerk of council. Generally, we run things through our clerk to the attorney. So I don't see a reason to have a separate line item for council. The $41,000 for HR and city clerk should be sufficient, but having said that, we are unfortunately in the middle of another extremely expensive HR nightmare right now that we have no idea how much that's going to cost. So at this point, I don't want to lower the 41,000, but I will say I would like to eliminate this 15,000 and go back to it just being under the city clerk as it has been before.
All right, thank you for that, Councilman Brandt. Mr. Harlock, can I ask if we were to reduce legal fees for the council as proposed, how would that affect our current bill that we have that we haven't paid? Would that leave enough money in that budget to take care of that? Sorry, into the mic.
Yes,
Thank you.
most of that bill comes out of legal fees admin on the 51-2-2250 account. So the original for the 55,000 was most of the legal fees for that last bill was inside that legal fees admin for the general fund.
Oh, so you do pay other things out of the admin fund other than just my personal intent to call the attorney?
Been here about 30 days. So I can tell you exactly what the bill was, but not sure you're asking.
No, it's fine. I understand. Thank you, sir. Okay, any further discussion about reducing the legal fees for council? Madam Clerk, since this is your department, are you okay with that? Those moves?
It's the council's decision entirely.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion to strike 15,000 from the council's legal fees, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe? Mayor Turch?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This amendment passed with 7 yeses.
All right. Any further discussion about the ordinance? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on ordinance 26-07.
On ordinance 2026-07, third budget adjustment, Mr. Williams? Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
And Mayor Turch?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? All right. At this time, that brings us on to item 12B. Health insurance renewal. At this point, since I am a city employee, I am going to remove myself from the dais. retain my rights as a citizen and employee, and pass the gavel to our pro tem, Councilman Brandt.
Do we have for a staff report for this?
It's really not, I have an accurate, sure. Yeah.
Do we need to move it first?
Yeah, there does need to be a motion. Sorry, I don't, I can't speak to whether I should, whether I propose what you choose to do with our health insurance, but it is open to the floor.
Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve renewal of our health insurance as proposed.
Okay, I'll second.
I heard moved by Ms. Rolfe, seconded by Mr. Williams. Thank you for both speaking out loud for that.
Who would like to give a staff report on this?
I don't know.
Emily or Maggie, just give a quick.
This is just voting on the renewal that was proposed and spoke about at the work session last meeting. Angela and Tiffany from Acrisure were here to go over the plan renewal and answer any questions. And we waited the 2 weeks to give council time to ask questions and get clarification on anything they had.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. This was staff report. Next would be public comment, and then
We have her present. Report.
I don't think Angela and Tiffany have a presentation this evening. They were here for questions, like if you guys had questions, further questions about the plan.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item? Anybody want to? Okay. Council discussion? Does anybody have any questions on this?
I'm not a member of council, but I'd like to bring something up. Our current policy only applies to full-time employees, and our code states that all employees can take part in our healthcare. So we've got 2 part-time employees that can't participate in this. So I just want to bring that up, that we should probably allow them to, or change the code to say that they can't.
I've already been speaking with Ms. Kimmel on that, and we need to clarify a few things in our ordinance. So, any other discussion? So if I can, there were, unfortunately, we ran out of time at the end of the last meeting, or at the presentation at the end of the workshop that we had at the last meeting. And we were not able to get to the cost containment levers that were proposed by Acrisure. Maybe if you could speak on those, and I'm not sure if she can hear us or not. Oh, you can. Would you like to speak on the cost containment levers that you had recommended? I know I emailed Tiffany and had a conversation with her about these, but if you could fill the council in on these.
Sure. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. This is Tiffany Stock with Acrisure. The presentation slide I think you're referencing was just talking about different cost containment levers that are available to self-funded health plans like the City of North Pole. Some carry more impact than others. And so I think the question had been whether if there were any that we would recommend at this time. And I think Councilman Brandt, what I sent over was a few things to think about that we may not have enough data to fully evaluate at this time. Things like an opt-out incentive for people who have other coverage, or a surcharge for people who do have access to other coverage but choose to get onto the city's plan. So those were 2 areas where I provided some other information on considerations. And then me find I'm trying to pull up exactly what I sent you just because it has been a little over a week since we talked about those items. Let's see.
You spoke on the opt-out incentive and the opt-out versus the spousal surcharge. But having said that, I did have a conversation with our HR director, and she did say that, like you were saying, we don't have enough data available right now to make a decision on these. So it's something that would probably be better to be looked at next year rather than this year. But we would still like to hear your recommendations.
Sure, and I think so the recommendation once we have better numbers, it could be a gathering effort over the next 12 months to make sure we have those details to give more accurate estimates. But an opt-out incentive, giving something to city workers who maybe have access to other coverage and don't want the city's plan. So there's an incentive there. And I would say majority of employers, both in the public sector, we're seeing a lot more consider that. And then the surcharge, that one, it's not based on initial information. I don't know that that would be my recommendation, especially without having a lot more data to say whether that would be impactful or not. And then I think the other recommendation I had for the city through that question and answer period was potentially increasing the out-of-pocket maximum, just because it has been a few years since you guys have considered that.
So Ms. Kimmel and I did look at that, and the cost savings to the city would not be that much. It would be more of a burden to our employees than a cost savings to the city. So, I mean, it's up to council, but I would recommend against that one at this time. But I agree, it has not been raised in quite some time.
I do have one question. I'm just curious because I was really intrigued by the opt-out last time. I guess two questions. What data would you need to gather on that? It seems pretty straightforward.
Sure. So you would want to know, I think based on preliminary information that the insurance TPA has right now, it looks like there might only be 4 or 5 people waiving because they have other coverage. So that right there would be an incentive to those people who currently are waiving and not getting anything. So there'd be a direct increase in cost to the city by offering that. What we don't know is how many others there will be, because that is not something that's regularly gathered. The TPA does ask people if they have access, if they have access, sorry, if they have other insurance that would maybe be secondary to the city's plan. But if people don't respond to that request, they'll keep sending letters, but some people don't send that in. So it's something that if you were going to postpone implementing that in hopes of getting more information, it's something that could be asked during the open enrollment process when people go through the enrollment in your system. So it was not a question that was previously asked to people when they went through that enrollment process.
Okay. And then the second part of my question was, how does it change things if we were to go from 47 employees on the plan and we went with the opt-out program and all of a sudden we only had 32? How does that change things?
So any shift in the enrollment could require underwriting reconsiderations, any shift of more than about 10%. So generally I don't see that happen. But if you went from, mid 40s down to the low 30s, that'd be a significant change. Highly unlikely, just given what we typically see in those types of arrangements, but that could change the position of the renewal if you had that many people opt out because they had other coverage.
Okay, so I guess your recommendation is, are you guys are going to gather data for next year on an opt-out program? Is that correct? Or we are?
is that question directed at me? I know it was something we talked with the HR team about asking those questions through the enrollment process in the new system that you guys are going to be using.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious if we
Yeah.
would be asking that or if that was a question you guys would be.
I think we're going to be doing open enrollment in-house this year, and that is a question that we can add to open enrollment
Okay.
next month.
Would we need to come up with a kind of arbitrary number that we would offer? Because I mean, I think that would.
Well, again, that wouldn't be for this year. That would be for
Sure.
next
Yeah,
year.
I just mean so we could
But
gauge
yeah,
interest.
that's a big consideration. You know, it was recommended, speaking with Tiffany, you know, that anywhere from $100 per pay period all the way up to, you know, our cost, which is, I can't remember, 1,800 or whatever it is. I have the same concern that you have if a number of people do take advantage of it, reducing the covered employees that we have. Since we are self-insured, that would increase the risk of fewer employees, the higher the risk to us. So that's a consideration also. Again, that's not a decision we have to make tonight, but I would like next year to have that looked into. Currently, we have, I think it's either 4 or 5 employees that do opt out. So if we do offer that this year, then all that's going to do is us give the people that are already opting out money that they're not currently getting. So that would be a cost to the city rather than a cost savings this year. But for next year, I think it would be at least worth asking the question. Just like this year, we asked the question, would regular insurance be cheaper than being self-insured? And the answer came back no. But it was still worth asking the question. So any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you both. We appreciate you coming up to North Pole last time and for joining us this evening. Thanks again.
You're welcome.
Thank you for hanging on the line for all that time. We've really appreciated it.
Ms. Braniff, would you call the roll?
On the health insurance renewal, Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
And that motion passed with 6 yeses. And yeah, thank you guys.
City Hall. One door at a time. It's hot in here.
You say so.
All right, take it away, Mayor.
Thank you. That brings us on to item 12F, request to council to reappoint Dr. Barbara Haney to the FNSB Economic Development Committee. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve request to council reappointment of Dr. Barbara Haney to the FNSB Economic Development Committee.
Second.
Second.
Like 3 of you now.
I'm saying I saw Schuster because he was looking at me, so that's who I heard as your second.
So moved and seconded. As a staff report, Mr. Garza, would you like to do that or would you like me to take that, sir? So Mr. Garza is our chair of the North Pole Economic Committee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Garza. I carry many different roles, but right now I'm speaking to you as chair of the North Pole Economic Development Committee. And thank you for your time. We met and discussed the recent turndown of Dr. Barbara Haney to the seat that has been given or has been assigned to the city of North Pole for representation at the Borough Economic Development Committee.
We were saddened to hear that it had gotten shot down. And amongst discussion between the committee members, we decided, and we did consider alternatives. And right now, though, looking at everything, the background that Barbara has, her insight into economics, we still feel she is the best person that is suited for this job that is currently available right now. And that being said, we would strongly ask that you recommend that she gets appointed once more to the borough and let them know that this is the seat that or the person we want in that seat. And if it gets turned down again, unfortunately, our goal is to continue to work in the best manner with the borough so that we can continue to grow and work together with each other. And if it gets turned down again, then we'll go back to the drafting board and see if we can find another person. But right now, again, given her qualifications, her longstanding in North Pole, her longstanding with the borough and with the city council, her intimate understanding of this area, and her constant networking with people in the community, she is a really good candidate to fit that seat. And that seat has sat empty for a long time, and nobody has stood up to volunteer for it. And Barbara has stepped up and said she would be willing to take on the job. She was asked, and she would be willing to do that, knowing what kind of receipt she may end up getting, and she did. But we, again, in the spirit of trying to work together with our sister communities, I think it's probably the best forward movement we can make to get somebody appointed to that seat. So I thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chair Garza. Appreciate it. Brings us to call for public testimony. Is there anybody in the room or online who would like to give public testimony on this item? Please state your name and area of residence, please.
Amy Wilson, Batra area. I guess I just have a couple questions. I'm really curious, did anybody in the borough reach out to any council member or to you, Mayor? You can answer. It's in the charter. It says you can answer.
Certainly can. I'm sorry. The question was, did
Anybody in the, did the mayor or any of the assembly members contact you about another choice or why they voted her down or any idea where you should go with this?
Not about that. No, ma'am.
Okay, and that's what I was afraid of, because I mean, and I guess, you know, with your resolution, if you do want to sit forth, I would also encourage you to do a resolution to get it changed to where not just you as the city of North Pole, but also the city of Fairbanks. If that's going to technically be your seat, if that's what the meaning of it is, then there should not be any part of the assembly within it. And that would have to be changed within our code. So I would really encourage you to do that, because that's this is the first time I can honestly remember somebody being turned down for it, because I think many of us thought that this was your seat, you know, and you already had to go outside the city to find somebody. He did that in planning and zoning as well. And again, it's supposed to represent you. So I'd encourage you not just to bring forth the same person, but also encourage that, you know, your seat is your seat and should be handled that way as well. And my apologies for no one who voted no coming up to you and giving you any kind of real explanation, although honestly, there wasn't one. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Councilman Brandt.
I'm curious, what is the process when we nominate somebody? So, like I said in the committee of the whole, I don't agree with their decision. I think it's a political reason that accept our appointment. There's nobody more qualified than Dr. Haney to be on an.
Mike, please.
So my question is, if we put this forward again, they can just say no again unless the ordinance is changed to where they cannot deny our recommendation. Is that correct?
Absolutely right. It doesn't change the ordinance that allows right now votes for any, the only committee that they could sit on that you would necessarily not have that vote was if it was a committee of the assembly, is what I was told. But I'm still assuming that if it was a committee of the assembly, they would probably still have say-so on who was appointed. And that's why I said, I think it needs to be two-part. It needs to be one, you know, put a name forward because you have that right to do. I don't think it's dilatory because it's not held in the same session. We were all looking it up back there. But the bigger thing is, like you just said, you can keep bringing it up, and unless the ordinance gets changed that allows you to actually have control over that seat, then there's no stopping it from happening again.
So it's our seat on your board. So in your opinion, does the borough have standing to say, no, we absolutely do not want her?
So the way it was explained to me was that they designate those seats, but it's still their committee.
Right.
And so they be able to, and I guess the bigger question really is, did anybody really understand that to be the process? Or did most of us, because it was kind of ironic, just a couple of weeks before that, the city of Fairbanks brought someone up, and, I don't know whether I agree or disagree with her. I didn't really even look at it because it was the city of Fairbanks. That's who they wanted to send, and it went right on through on consent agenda.
So in all your time on the assembly, has the assembly ever voted down a city of Fairbanks or a city of North Pole's seat on any committee, the city's recommendation?
Not that I can remember.
Thank you.
Hold to it.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else? Please come forth. May the 4th. Please state your name and area of residence, please.
Rita Trummeter, North Pole. Just kind of following up on Assemblyman Wilson here. When decisions are made at Borough Assembly, especially with the group that we have right now, they make the final decision. They have it controlled from the get-go. When you walk in there, look what happened to Pioneer Park. They had the decision made no matter what anybody said. So what I am asking each of you to do is push Barbara through, Dr. Haney, one more time. But all I'm asking each and every one of you, call every council member, call every one of them, and make note what they say to you. And if they say, well, we're just not going to vote for her, no way, you make note of that. Because the problem is, these people get no kickback, absolutely nothing. We let them sit there and control everything because most of us do not like what we get handed on the other side. But as you know, I have handed them a lot on the other side. And I have had to pay the consequences for that because I walk in there and they see me come up to the mic like the other week and it was like, ugh. And I can hear it. You can hear it. Well, I think that that is a badge of honor because I don't back down. And I don't want you guys to back down either. You stand behind Barbara. You put her there. You stand behind her. But what I'm asking you to do is call each one of those assembly members so that you have the information, no matter which way it goes. You have done your job, and then we will see what they will do. Because right now, especially one of them in particular, what they said was basically false information. So we need to stand behind our people that we're taking to the table. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? All right, that brings us on to council discussion. Please, Councilman Schuster.
Yeah, I would just like to reiterate my stance from the committee of whole of not only do I think Dr. Haney is the most qualified that we have to put forward, I'm just particularly bothered by the assembly's action. We're a city, we're part of the borough, and we are saying we want this person to fill that seat. And for them to reject that and our recommendation is really bothersome. And I know there's been talk of we want to work together, and I understand that. But then if we put forward somebody that we want to fill a seat, then that's who we want to fill the seat. I don't understand the thought process. And like Ms. Trommeter said, or Ms. Wilson said, that nobody reached out to us and asked us our opinion or anything like that. And so for them just to come out and reject it, I'm bothered by that. And we are part of the borough, and this is our seat. and we need to put Dr. Haney back through.
Any further discussion? Please, Councilman Brandt.
I agree with Councilman Schuster 100%. There literally, like I've said several times tonight, nobody that could possibly be more qualified to be on an economic development committee than Dr. Haney. Like I said before, also, I'm up in the air here because it is our seat, but it's their committee. It's our seat on their committee. If they don't want her on the committee, for whatever reason, I did listen to the meeting and I don't agree with their reasons, but again, it's their committee. I will be voting to put this through again, but we can't force them to accept somebody on their committee. It does bother me that I agree with Ms. Wilson for, the decades that I've been listening to and attending the Borough Assembly meetings. I have never heard them turn down a recommendation from the city of Fairbanks or the city of North Pole represented on any of their commissions or boards or anything. So it is bothersome to me, but like I said, it is their committee. We can't force it. We can just strongly recommend her once more, but after that, if they say no this time, I think like Mr. Garza said, we do need to go back to the drawing board after that. I don't think it would be right to keep putting her name forward and put her through that every time. I do highly recommend her for this, and I will be voting to recommend her.
Thank you, Councilman Brandt. I would like to give my 2 cents. I would like to thank Dr. Barbara Haney for her willingness to serve. Like was spoken earlier, we have tried for a long time to fill this seat and nobody wanted to step up, and her willingness to step up and take the seat is appreciated. So thank you, Ms. Haney. I know you're watching. Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the reappointment of Dr. Barbara Haney to the Fairbanks Economic Development Committee, Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
And Mayor Church?
Yes. Would anyone like to change the unanimous vote? Okay.
The reappointment passed by 7 yeses.
Thank you for that. That brings us on to item G, request to council. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve request to council rename 30 Miles Slough to Christmas Creek.
I'll second that. So moved and seconded. Can I get a staff report? Mr. Garza, would you like to perform that as well as the chair of the Economic Development Committee? Thank you very much for that.
So council members, at our last meeting, we've been looking at ways to increase tourism, but also give back to the community as well too. And one of the items that came out of that was cleaning up and renaming what is currently Beaver Slough into Christmas Creek. And the forecast for that, once we rename it, is to clean up the trails around that and reclaim those trails back to the community. Obviously, we're in a little bit of a recession now. If you look down the road, fuel's at $6 a gallon, gas is at 5 something, cost of things have gone up. More people in our economy right now can't go out and afford to do things, but if we had something like this, it is an additional thing that they can get out and do with their family and walk down what was Beaver Slough and hopefully will be Christmas Creek, walk with their kids, bike it, all seasons of the year. They can come down to the local Crave or any of the barista huts, pick up a coffee, take a nice little walk with their family, and again, give this back to the community that they can actually use, at the same time contributing to tourism in our city. This would be a nice attraction in addition to the Santa Claus house where tourists can come in, they can walk it, they can view our area, again, patriots our local economy, businessmen and restaurants and stuff that we have here. So we think this would be the beginning of something really great for the city of North Pole that will last for a very, very long time.
Thank you. Mr. Garza, any questions? Please. Ms. Ruff.
Have to do
Why is-
comment first, so.
I'll allow it, please. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ruff.
Why is the cleaning up and basically redoing this area to make it a dedicated trail connected to renaming it? Why can't we just do that now?
Just to tie it in with the town of, I mean, we get a lot of tourism simply because we are North Pole. One of the things that we realized upon going out and talking to people, and of course, in my current occupation, I talk to a lot of people that move into our area. I help them move into our area. And unfortunately, I hate to say, but there is some disappointment because the expectation that they have mentally when they come to North Pole, Alaska is not really what they see when they get here. And that's factual. So, we've got Santa Claus House, which has been a great contributor to North Pole, and we love having them, but we need a little bit more. And at the same time, this is something that we can give back to the community. So to answer your question is that renaming it and giving it that Christmas Creek ties into the theme of North Pole.
All right. Thank you. Please, Councilman Brandt.
So what does renaming the creek have anything to do with economic development?
Well, renaming the creek is going to allow us to make that a tourist attraction so that tourists that can come in can use that area along both sides. We're going to get it cleaned up. We've talked about potentially putting in some themed benches along the way, and then down the road cleaning up the slough so that local families and people can kayak or canoe up and down the slough as well too.
But again, renaming it doesn't preclude you from doing that.
It doesn't preclude us from doing that, but it helps having the name of Santa Claus House versus how many people do you think would go to the Candy Cane House as opposed to the Santa Claus House? It's been Beaver Creek for quite some time. We could leave it that way, but if we change the name, we increase the possibility of more tourists coming in.
If I can just make a point, it is Beaver Springs Trail,
Correct.
but it's 30-mile slough through that section. I don't want the two to get
No, and that's the kind of
commingled.
the other point is if you've lived here long enough, that's got several different names.
Yeah.
Changing it and giving it a name of permanence would help quite a bit as well. Even if you go on different maps, they're named different things.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. I appreciate that. Oh,
I'd
please
like-
follow up. Yes.
Couldn't we just create the trail or rename the trail, give it some upgrades to make it more Christmassy, to add decorations along the way? And that would do the same thing as I understand it, I guess from the work session, it's a 3-year process to get this renamed. Wouldn't it be much quicker to just rename the trail Candy Cane Walk or something Christmassy, whatever you wanted to name it, without dealing with the slough, and it would basically give you the same effect?
Well, the concept was to tie in the slough and the water recreational activity with the walking trail as well too. So keeping the name tied together and again, changing the slough name to Christmas Creek would work with that.
Would the trail be renamed then?
The trail would it'd be Christmas Creek Trail. It would just be part of the whole process.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Once again, that brings us to call for public testimony. Thank you for joining us. Please state your name and area of residence.
Yeah, Paul Brown. I'm the owner of Santa Claus, or one of the owners of Santa Claus House and the general manager. I guess to your point, Councilman Brandt, what does that mean for economic development? I absolutely would echo what Mr. Garza said. There is very much an expectation when people come here, and there's very much a disappointment when they come here. For the longest time, we had the holiday-themed Wendy's, which was the other thing that was promoted for North Pole. Unfortunately, that's closed down, so there's nothing anymore. I think if you look from an economic development standpoint, if you look at a lot of cities down in the States, we're even going through this in Fairbanks right now with the Chena River Walk. I think a water feature can be a central element of a city from an economic development standpoint. I think having a friendlier name that goes more with the theme. We've honestly, in-house and in our marketing, we've used the name Christmas Creek for about 25 years now. This is more of a just to make it official kind of thing. We've been having we had these conversations when Mayor Jacobson was mayor. I think it's one more element that can be developed in North Pole that can be used as a promotional tool. A lot of people may not realize this, and possibly Mr. Garza might not realize this. So we actually own the property that the nature trail is on. We have a land use agreement with the city, but it is privately owned property, and it is something that we're absolutely open to development within reason, only because we have future development plans. So there's a within reason caveat that goes into any other plans for it, I guess. But, you know, it could be, Old Quebec City is a great example. Montreal is a great example. They have, you know, river features right down the middle of the town. They've got river walks on both sides. You can ski down them. You can ice skate down them. I think there's a lot of potential. I think it would be easier to get funding, whether it's grant money or otherwise. And we've worked on this. I've worked on this again 20 years ago with soil and water conservation on developing that slough. It's ground fed right now, so it's slowly fizzling, I guess. I think if the minute you put a name like Christmas Creek on there, that changes the dynamic. And I think it's something that we can promote as as the city of North Pole. In addition to just a nature trail on my property, there are other areas. There's the pond over at Fifth Avenue that you probably have been here long enough. You remember that there used to be paddle boats in that, and used to be a block party on Fifth Avenue and some of that kind of stuff. And I think it's something that the city can take pride in, that residents of the city can take pride in, number one. And number two, it can be a draw, an additional draw over and above just Santa Claus House. Nobody wants to see more in this town development wise than me, honestly. And, you know, like I said, as a draw, that's where it plays into the economic development. Your question, what does it have to do with economic development? The name itself is a draw. If we can develop it, it is a bigger draw. And we all know the vast majority of the city's budget comes from sales tax. So anything that we can do that can draw more people, especially bringing in outside money, I think is a win-win for everybody. That's my 5 cents. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Please, Councilman Brandt.
So in addition to the land use agreement that we're going to be voting on pretty soon here for Terry Miller Park, from what I understand, at the next meeting, we're going to be doing one for the Beaver Springs.
Yeah, correct. Beaver Springs is Terry Miller is a 10-year, the one that you're looking at later on tonight. Beaver Springs is a 5-year, only because we do have future plans, but it is a 5-year land use agreement. We're working, some of the legal descriptions of the property changed, otherwise we would have brought it to you tonight. So we're just crossing T's and dotting I's, and we'll bring it to you.
Well, that was one of my questions.
Sure.
What is the time frame for developing that property so the trail is going to go away? Or do you plan on the trail
I guess,
going away?
I guess to the extent that I can, realistically, I would say that's a 10-year at best development, just because it's property on the other side of the slough from the store. There is no infrastructure on that property right now. It would be starting from scratch. I would say at best 10 years, probably more like 15 on that side of the slough. And to the extent that I can, I would go on record in saying that even when we develop that side of the slough, we do intend to have some sort of a boardwalk or trail feature along the water. We would love nothing more than to see it dredged and cleaned up. We live here too, but I'll go on record as saying even when we develop over there, there will be some kind of a trail along that water feature.
Okay, that was my question,
Yeah.
because if we're talking about
Sure.
developing the trail along the whole slough, but then that chunk is.
And that's the thing, if we intended to bulldoze it, I would not be here tonight, I promise you that. So I pay taxes too, and I don't want to see them go to something that's going to get torn out. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you for joining us this evening and waiting through the entirely long meeting to give that 5 minutes. I appreciate that. Any further call for public testimony? That brings us on to council discussion.
Can I just do a point of order before we get there and move to extend the rules to go till midnight?
Second.
Any opposed to the midnight extension of rules? Okay, thank you. I was going to make that after we got through this, but I appreciate that in the middle of this. Okay. So that carries forth the midnight. Thank you. Any further discussion about renaming 30 Mile Slough to Christmas Creek? Please, Councilman Brandt.
I just want to say, not everything in North Pole has to be Christmas themed. I think the name Beaver Springs Creek would attract people that are looking for a nature trail more than Christmas Creek does. And if the whole intent is to clean up that whole area and extend the trail along the slough and make it so you can canoe along it and everything, I just think the name Beaver Springs Creek is more appropriate for a nature trail than Christmas Creek. That's just my 2 cents.
So just a point of clarification, the slough right now is 30-mile slough. The trail is Beaver Springs Trail. The two aren't connected. There isn't a Beaver Springs in our city.
Well, we have a sign saying Beaver Springs Creek on the bridge going over to Dochi. So
okay,
if it's not in the city, then why do we have a sign saying it?
All right. Thank you, Councilman Brandt. Any further discussion on this?
No, you go.
No, you started.
Please.
So
Councilwoman.
coming into this, I didn't really know which way to go, but after hearing testimony both from Mr. Garza and also from Mr. Brown about having the additional attraction and increasing the attraction of the tourism, I think that's something I've been saying basically since I got on council, that when summertime comes, Christmas dies in North Pole, which is very sad, and was the point my 8-year-old made when she started watching the Christmas light decorations out of the roundabouts being taken down. I think that there needs to be more things that are done to encourage inclusion of the theme. In the last 2 summers, we've seen the city of Fairbanks give incentives for the downtown area to clean up their front faces, to make it more attractive, to encourage more tourism in the downtown center. And I think this is a good start to that here in bringing in more development and encouraging that. There are other towns in the lower 48 that are called North Pole that are extremely Christmas centric. And I think a larger amount of that here would increase our tourism. So I think, I'm fully in support of this.
Please, Councilman Skips.
Yes, I agree with Councilwoman Rolfe. Since I've been here, you've always wanted businesses downtown. Oh, let's put Christmas themes. It doesn't matter. 12 months a year, you do Christmas theme. North Pole's known for it. A lot of the streets are named Christmassy stuff. Why not just do the slough too? I mean, and it just adds to it would add to the, I guess, the attraction of the North Pole name of North Pole Christmas.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the recommendation to change 30-mile slough to Christmas Creek, Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Brandt?
No.
Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yeah.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
And Mayor Church?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That passed, this passed with 6 yeses and 1 no.
Okay, that bring,
Mayor, move to suspend for a few minutes for a bathroom break.
certainly, I think that makes sense. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll adjourn here at 10 o'clock.
B12.
We ain't gonna make 10:30.
Oh,
They hit me, man.
oh no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's call this council meeting back to order, please. Thank you. I believe that where we left off was item 12H, request to council for credit card cancellation. Can I get a motion, please?
Move to approve request to council credit card cancellation.
I'll second.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Can we just put the memo up? I feel bad calling on our accountant, Mr. Harlock, to answer something that wasn't necessarily done by him. It was done by his predecessor. So we can read the memo there that says, she requests to cancel the card associated with the non-invoiced reoccurring charges for the ChatGPT account. I am requesting this on behalf of the finance department. You wouldn't mind, Madam Clerk, please scrolling down. So this is a letter that I was required to write as a receipt. As ChatGPT was removed from city servers and no access was granted to city servers from ChatGPT, I could no longer pull an invoice to provide to the accountant. So in lieu of an invoice, I wrote a memo. As said memo is displayed there. That is what it is. So with that, I would like to call for public testimony. If anybody is here or online who would like to testify, please state your name and area of residence.
Adam Rolfe, live in Lake Drive. So this is very concerning to me. One, seeing how you can get to it from your cell phone, your home internet, any public Wi-Fi. Maybe not here. I don't know the case. But you can get to it from anywhere. You can cancel it from anywhere. This is ridiculous. Two, this is also ridiculous because one, if you do it this way, you are destroying public record. Because I know, the mayor knows, everyone knows, the mayor's still using ChatGPT, whether he says he is or not. So if you cancel it this way, you are destroying public record. And that is a crime. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Please, Councilman Schuster.
I have a question, and I may not be understanding this. By canceling the card, what, I guess to rephrase it, what would the preferred method of deactivating the account?
Preferred method for deactivating would be to pull a final report. There is a public records request for the report now, but to pull the complete complete report and then preserve that and then cancel it and make sure no further use of it can be used.
Okay, so your position is that you believe, because to my knowledge, that it hasn't been used since the lawsuit.
That's what he says.
To my knowledge. So you, I guess, you presume that he has still been using it, and so final report should be done, provided, and then canceled.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else like to give public testimony or public comment on this item this evening? Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else signed up?
I have nobody signed up online.
All right, that takes us to council discussion. Councilman Brandt.
So that was a concern of mine also, that if we just cancel the card, then the account goes away and you can no longer get into the account and pull the public records off of there. Having said that, I also agree with Mr. Rolfe that you're claiming that you cannot access it because it's been blocked at our firewall is quite frankly, I mean, nobody believes that. Give me your username and password right now and I can pull it up on my phone. You can pull it up on your phone. You can pull it up at home. You can pull it up at Starbucks or the library. So for you, when we got sued because you refused to hand over the public records request last time, our attorney accessed it from Juneau. If he can access it from Juneau, you can access it outside of City Hall. And I'd like to make an amendment to this. I agree we need to cancel this card. We all know why you're including this memo every month. Our auditors are going to have a fit about it. This should never have been allowed to happen. But I'd like to make an amendment to this memo and just say that Mayor Church must turn over all of the, I don't know how to word it, all of the ChatGPT logs from the last public records request to tomorrow and have to turn them over by 5 p.m. tomorrow.
Point of order, Councilman Brandt. I don't know how that's related to the $20 charge in the memo.
Well, if we pass this tonight, then like Mr. Rolfe said, that would be destroying public records. If we put in the memo, an amendment saying that you have to turn over the records by tomorrow, by sometime tomorrow, then we can go forward and cancel the card without destroying public records.
I think the card is what should, I think the description should.
If you wouldn't mind speaking into your mic, and then through the chair, please, a little respect. Thank you.
I
Go
think
ahead.
a little respect would be being honest with us and saying that
Councilwoman
you
Rolfe.
have to get into your account and can just cancel the account instead of pawning it off on our CFO, who's since retired, to say she needs to cancel your card in order to stop this recurring charge.
So I wasn't pawning it off on anyone at all. If I had access, I appreciate the fact that I could go to Starbucks or McDonald's or the library. I don't work at Starbucks. I haven't worked at McDonald's in a long time, and I certainly am not a librarian. So I appreciate you saying that, but I don't work there. I work here at the City of North Pole, and I work in that office right there at City Hall.
You
So,
can sit in that office right there on your
Counsel,
cell phone
excuse
and
me.
answer it.
Excuse me. I could do that if the city wanted to provide me a phone. I would be more than happy to log on a city-provided phone and access ChatGPT. I'd be more than happy to do that. Excuse me, please, not the audience. Mr. Rolfe. Order. Sir, I am being honest. And I appreciate the fact that you roll your eyes and you twist your head. It doesn't matter, sir. I would like to know how access to ChatGPT got shut down at the city without the mayor's approval or the authority. Was that a council decision that was made to shut that down and remove that from our city servers? Was there official council action that was made to remove that from city servers? Was there a policy that was made that removed that from city servers other than the one that we just passed this evening? I'm asking.
I wasn't a part of a vote.
So how did ChatGPT and OpenAI get removed from our city servers without access for all employees across the board without the mayor's approval or the council's approval? I'm generally curious.
Do we need to remind everybody that your misuse of ChatGPT cost the city well over $17,000?
You certainly can remind them again. I think that's the third time you said that this evening, and I appreciate you remembering that number.
But it's a pretty significant number, Larry.
I don't disagree.
So,
Councilman Brandt.
so the issue here is you are claiming that you cannot access ChatGPT anywhere outside of your office. You're saying that you haven't been using it from home this whole time, which we all clearly know you have been. You can access it from home and cancel the subscription. You can print the invoices. From what I understand, going back to what I was speaking about before, you have asked our attorney to do this for you, once again. And so that is going to cost us, I don't know how much he's going to charge to do that. But when we all know you can access it right now from your phone, and this would be done with, but you have to be difficult, and there's no reason for this, Larry.
Excuse me, respect, please.
I do just want to mention that there's an amendment on the floor, open-ended, motioned by Mr. Brandt to amend the memo for the mayor to provide from the last record request until tomorrow, by 5 p.m. tomorrow, his ChatGPT log.
I don't believe, was that seconded?
I'm saying there's an open
Yeah.
open motion.
That has passed unless somebody would like to second that. Okay.
Second it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Councilman Williams, for speaking up. Appreciate it.
You don't want me to talk, trust me.
Actually, it's your
Decorum.
It's your role to talk, sir. So that brings us to, let's see, public testimony on the amendment.
I have nobody signed up.
Being none, that brings us to council discussion. Please, Councilman Schuster.
Councilman Brandt, would you mind withdrawing your motion temporarily so we can just discuss more? You can remake it.
I think we can continue to discuss, but pass this amendment, because regardless, he's going to have to turn over the records.
Sure. I just have a question that I would like to ask before voting on the amendment.
Okay, I'll withdraw it.
With concurrence,
So
Mr.
just second?
Williams.
Do you approve? Yes, you would have to approve of the withdrawal of Councilman Brandt's motion to amend the memo.
Yes.
Okay.
And maybe it's playing advocate here, but and I'm not exactly sure on the rules, so I just want to ask this first. Since Mayor Church doesn't have a city cell phone, if he were to look it up on his cell phone, does his whole phone become susceptible to public records request?
No.
Okay.
Actually,
That was my question.
it does in certain levels, Councilman Schuster, pertaining to any city business that I may have done on my personal phone. Please, Councilman Brandt.
What would be subject would be the product of what you're using your phone for, not everything on your phone. So I am going to propose an amendment with that in mind to say by 5 p.m. tomorrow, Mr. Church must turn over his username and password to our clerk, who will download the ChatGPT records from the last public records request until tomorrow.
I'll second.
Okay.
So with
Actually, hold on a minute. He seconded. So that moves us on to public testimony. With that motion, would anybody like to give public testimony? Okay, that brings us on to council discussion.
with Ms. Braniff working from home, she is not behind our firewall. She would have access to ChatGPT on a company or a city-owned computer, so it won't be a problem. And she can download everything and cancel the account and print the invoices. I think that's a perfect solution. Like I said, when the mayor received the public records request for this, he called our attorney again and asked our attorney to download everything. A complete and total waste of taxpayers' money. We don't need to be calling our attorney for stuff like this. So my amendment would be to have the clerk do it for us.
So your amendment was already moved, so, and seconded. So in that discussion, I did reach out to our attorney, because our attorney redacted the original record, which, the attorney provided as part of the public records request. So in doing that, I reached out to our attorney to provide the second request so that the mayor, who everybody thinks is doing illicit stuff with ChatGPT, can't be called out any further. And we have our city attorney, if Mr. Rolfe decides to sue the city again over ChatGPT records, will already be in the loop. So I would say certain things that were redacted from the original public record, the clerk and or the HR may not be privy to, which is why they were redacted through the attorney. So your preclusion to pull all of that history on something that has already been redacted by our attorney may actually be taking a step backward. Please, Councilman Brandt.
My amendment was to pull the records from the last public records request until the present. So the previous stuff that is on there would not be part of that.
So you cannot tell ChatGPT to pull the entire history of the entire account. You cannot predicate on ChatGPT how far back your history goes. It pulls the entire history from the day the account was started. So saying something to ChatGPT like, please pull the history from the last public records request to current isn't possible. As much as you would like to think so, it isn't, to my knowledge, which is why I provided our attorney all the login information this morning and asked our attorney to pull all of the remaining records off of ChatGPT, redact what needed to be redacted, provide Mr. Rolfe his public records request, and provide the rest to the clerk for her public record and to cancel the account. So
you're going against what you claimed before to Mr. Rolfe, that if his public records request was a shorter time period, you could have downloaded it faster. You claimed it would take 40 to 60 hours to download the information. And then you told him if you had made the request a shorter period of time, like a month or certain days, you could have downloaded it faster. So you're contradicting what you said previously.
as I learn more, Councilman Brandt, I learn more. I don't know what I don't know until I know. And as a point of order, Ms. Rolfe, please, if you're going to have a private conversation through text with your husband who is in our audience, as you text back and forth, please refrain from that during council time, okay?
Decorum,
Thank you.
Mr. Church, you have no idea who she's texting. She's probably texting her babysitter who was expecting her before. So, and besides, you were texting earlier in the meeting, so to call her out on that is not appropriate.
Just a reminder, we are at the amendment to the memo that was moved by Mr. Brandt, seconded by Mr. Williams to allow the My understanding is from the last public record request to current, by 5 PM tomorrow, the mayor's to give the clerk the username and password to the ChatGPT account to download the information, cancel the account, and print the invoices. That's the motion on the floor.
Councilman Schuster.
I would say, just so we can move past this, that we should have the attorney do the final. It shouldn't take them more than an hour to download the final. If there's concerns that the clerk may see stuff that should have been redacted prior, to just have the attorney do it so we can move on.
Councilwoman Rolfe.
I'm correct in the statement the mayor made about 5 minutes ago before he was rude. He's already directed the attorney to do that. There is a current PRR submitted by Mr. Rolfe for the new ChatGPT history. He has instructed our attorney to pull a current PRR of all his ChatGPT history and in the account, which makes this one amendment and whole memo absolutely pointless. It's not necessary based on what the mayor just said.
Councilman Brandt.
I would say, given this information, that you've already wasted taxpayers' money by turning this over to the attorney rather than just doing it yourself, Larry. I will withdraw my amendment.
With concurrence of the second, which was
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
So that motion is withdrawn with the concurrence of the second. And we are on the original memo for the cancellation of the credit card.
So I'll say, when it comes to that, if he's already turned this over to the attorney, the last time when the mayor claimed it would take 40 to 60 hours to download everything, our attorney was able to do it in 5 minutes. So I assume that if we do cancel this card tonight, he would be able to download all the information before the next bill is due. And from what I understand, the bill is not, we're paid through the 30th of the month. So we might as well just cancel this card tonight.
The whole point of canceling the card is because he can't cancel the subscription. If the attorney is canceling the subscription, the card doesn't need canceled. This whole thing is a waste of our time. It should just be voted down and we should move on to the next item on the agenda.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this should never have happened, Larry. The games you're playing are just stupid. Why do you have to be this way? I swear.
Call a call.
Call the
Please.
question?
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
On the motion
Please
to.
call the roll.
Okay, on the motion to cancel the credit card associated with the non-invoiced ChatGPT account, Ms. Rolfe,
No.
Mr. Brandt,
No.
Mr. Schuster,
No.
Mr. Skips,
No.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Claus,
No.
and Mayor Church.
No. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This motion failed by 7 noes.
No. Brings us on to item I, request counsel for Terry Miller land use agreement. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve request to council Terry Miller Park land use agreement.
Second, Skips.
So moved and seconded. Mr. Glidden.
We have a land use agreement with Santa Claus House for the Terry Miller Park that has expired. He has given us an updated one. We would like you to approve it and sign it so we can continue to operate Terry Miller Park.
Thank you. Appreciate the staff report. That brings us to call for public testimony.
I have nobody hanging on the line for public testimony.
Thank you again for joining us, Mr. Brown.
There
Please
should
state
be-
your
there should-
name and area of
hopefully
residence.
That'll be easier.
Yeah.
Paul Brown, 101 St. Nicholas Drive, Santa Claus House. Just kind of echo what Tim said, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, we own, Santa Claus House owns this property. It's actually the site of the original store. And we have for the past, God, I don't even know, 25 or 30 years have operated or have allowed the city to operate it as a public park. It's a 10-year agreement. Happy to answer any questions. Pretty simple.
On the title for the park, I see that there was a small portion that got a quiet title, but the larger portion of the park had someone else's name. Was that done because someone got legal descriptions incorrect, and that's why you put the quiet title on that triangular piece?
It's a convoluted messiness.
Okay.
That piece of property, number one, that's actually when we sell the 1 square inch deeds to North Pole, it's on that property. So legally, that property is subdivided by the square inch. It was done so back in the 60s when it was still legal. God knows why, but it worked out in our favor.
So we really-
we're still selling square inches because we can. So you have that issue, number one. And number two, there's actually there's a piece of property, and honestly, Tammy may know better than I do. There's a piece of property over there, or a portion of that property was cut off by the railroad. So I know there was some stickiness with the railroad and deeds and all that kind of stuff pertaining to the railroad. I don't know which particular piece you're speaking of with a different name on it, but I would assume it's related to that somehow.
Okay.
We own that property. We own all the property. There might be a small piece over there that somebody else owns, but actual Terry Miller, the fenced portion of it, we don't own.
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Please, Councilman Brandt.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, so the city doesn't have parks powers. The borough has that. So we have an MOA with the borough
Right.
to operate this park. I did clarify with Matthew Boyer that he does not believe that we need that since the borough does not own that land, they do not have to have a public or a land use
Land use
agreement.
agreement.
So has that been done in the past with the borough or?
Honestly, I want to be careful what I say with that because I don't know. Originally, it was entered into through the city with the borough.
Right.
Was the original agreement, and then it just kind of became a with the city because the city carried the insurance on it. Public Works, City Public Works maintains it to the best of my knowledge. It's not borough maintained. It's a kind of a to the borough through the city kind of deal.
Okay, I just want to know what happened in the past, if
Right.
you had to do
Yeah.
anything with the borough through us.
Originally, it was done with the borough, and then after that, it just became a land use agreement with the city because the borough had parks power, but the city was going to maintain it and carry the insurance kind of thing. So,
So we don't need their you don't need their approval through us for a land use agreement,
No.
or, okay.
this is just with the city.
The other question, section 3 on use of property, on C, it says, the property shall be used for passive activities only.
Right.
How do you define passive activities? I don't know what that means.
That's a lawyer question.
Okay.
Essentially, if I remember correctly, and actually this predates Tim quite a bit, one of the earlier versions referenced no bicycles, no off-road vehicles, and you'll see this actually in the Terry Miller land use agreement when it references passive activities. It refers to the fact no off-road vehicles, things of that sort. It's not a mixed-use trail. Honestly, why that says this in this one, I have no idea, but there are lawyers that are smarter than I am that wrote this.
Okay.
I assume, I hope.
Okay, I just have no idea
Sure.
what
Yeah,
passive activities.
passive
gonna play
activities,
and
yeah.
have
With
anything
a
to do
playground, I don't have a great answer to that. It was non-motorized. It specifically referenced non-motorized, if I'm not mistaken, in the Beaver Springs Nature Trail one. So it was probably these. Last time that these were redone, and they were actually redone by the city attorney 10 plus years ago. They were redone at the same time, and a lot of it was a copy and paste kind of situation that may be a remnant from Beaver Springs.
Right, thank you.
Yeah. No car races, passive activities.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Call for public testimony, please. Please state your name and area of residence.
Amy Wilson, Badger area. I'm testifying as a private citizen at this point because it's not our park and shouldn't be our park. This is a jewel of North Pole. I mean, it just truly is. Is the igloo still up?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They're
Pretty sure it
taking
is. It's
down
becoming a jungle
decorations
gym for
right
the
now.
kids. So what I would suggest is that maybe you make a real jungle gym for the kids that look like an igloo. They would love it. I mean, we just talked all about Christmas and how much economic development it brings. It's got a cool fire truck. Have you ever like touched it? Well, you'd probably have splinters in your hand as soon as you do it, but yet we have kids there every day doing it. Talk about something that if you made it look like Christmas, and the mayor said it. I mean, it would be great to get that picture that they had that was all Christmassy, you know, in a playground, you know, on that people would actually come, you know, just to say that they did that once they got done with Santa Claus house, you know, because of course it's hard to compete with them, you know, but it just seems like it's just getting wear and tear. And I don't know if you'd been there a couple days ago, there had been 40 kids at that park and 4 swings. It doesn't divide very well, you know. Luckily, most of them waited and stuff like that. So, you know, just not doing this, I think it would also be great if we could put some history there so people knew what that piece of property was before and why it now belongs to the city and how they gave it to our residents to be able to use. You know, we really miss that all the time, is having that history lesson that makes people want to do more for it. And last but not least, you know, you made a businessman here and a couple others that have done excellent work here wait all evening. Well, y'all argued a while ago, and it was just embarrassing. And it was up to each one of you. Could have moved that up the scale so they didn't have to sit here and then be there first thing in the morning, you know. But we are about Christmas. We need to start acting like it because that's why people come here, you know. And I want to end it with, it was my granddaughter that pointed out, because that day they were taking down the things off the lamppost. And she goes, Grandma, you said this Christmas year round. Why are they taking it down? And I told her she needed to talk to her council member, which she did, who said that they put up flags and she was not impressed. So it's not your time to talk, it's mine, my 5 minutes. But I just don't think we embrace that whole Christmas town part like we should, because we should be proud. We're the only ones here in Alaska that have it. And it does bring people here. And they want to see everything from the candy canes that are going down the street to a park that has all that down. And one last thing, please don't put flowers around the roundabouts. Put elves, put Santa, put something that's Christmassy. If I want to see flowers, I can go to the lower 48, you know, and then guess what? You could save money because you could put the same displays up every year, just like you do the trees. So I don't have anything to do with the park, but please take care of the park like you're proud of it, because the kids here really depend upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and area of residence, please.
Mike Garza, over in the Maven Camp subdivision here in North Pole. So for the Chamber of Commerce, one of the things that hasn't been discussed is the You're Not Alone wall that we have placed at Terry Miller Park, and I've had that there for quite some time. We also have a pantry for food. When people are in need, they can go there. And we also have a reading library. I can tell you personally, they get restocked all the time. Having those there at Terry Miller Park is a huge contribution to those that are in need here. The You Are Not Alone wall that was put up, I think originally the idea of Howard Rixey, together with the rest of the chamber, and we get calls on that, whether they're people in need because of mental health issues, people that are homeless, people that have been in just horrific states and don't know where to turn. That wall has been there at Terry Miller Park, and that has been, again, a big contributor to helping people in our community. On top of that, that park's been here for quite some time. The whole community uses it. I do like the idea of maybe giving it more of a Christmas theme, not to jump back on prior subjects, but as our town is growing, we are the fastest growing city in the entire state right now. And travel is a little risky right now. Not a lot of people are traveling internationally. Most people are traveling domestically, and they're looking to see where can they go that's a little bit different than Chicago or Florida. And oddly enough, Alaska is one of those places that people come up to, especially when they want to come to North Pole. So keeping up with the Christmas theme. And then the other thing, it's just the spirit of Christmas. That's what North Pole is known for. That's what the community is known for. We let Fairbanks have their golden heart, but we really are the Christmas city. It practices the spirit of Christmas year round. And we should present ourselves as so, indoors and outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public testimony? Brings us to council discussion. All right, I would like to start and just thank the Santa Claus House for allowing the city of North Pole to maintain that piece of property and to have it be such a jewel of our community. My kids played there growing up, and it was absolutely wonderful. So thank you for that. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion to allow the Terry Miller land use agreement, Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Claus,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
And that memo passed with 7 yeses.
Excellent. That brings us on to 12J, request to council. Can I get a motion, please, to approve?
Move to approve request to council North Pole Lagoon rehabilitation efforts.
Second Skips.
So moved and seconded. That brings us to staff report. Mr. Wood.
So this proposal is part of the sewer effluent discharge re-permit. We are trying to pull out the sludge from the lagoons to get our baseline numbers back under control so that when we put in a request for a permit, it goes a little smoother. So this is just to continue on the process of trying to acquire somebody to pull that sludge out of the lagoons.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone signed up online to give testimony?
I have nobody hanging online for testimony.
Anyone in the room? Saying none, that brings us to council discussion. Please, Councilman Brandt.
I guess I just want to clarify what Tim and I were talking about earlier, the timeline on this. It sounds like we're not going to be able to do the sludge removal this year. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So since later in the agenda, I'm going to ask you guys to accept a federal grant to help pay for this. That extends the timeline of doing the work because we're using federal money. DEC has a lot more reports, a lot more tests, and a lot more approval. So it's going to push this to where we can get it engineered and put out to bid this year, but we won't be able to actually pull the sludge until next summer.
Okay, any further questions or discussion about this? Councilman Brandt, follow up.
The construction of the pads would be next summer also, or would we be able to get that done with the timeline, with the grants and everything? It sounds like the construction would be next year also.
Right. So the hope is to get as much of it done this year as we can. So if the reports come back quickly and we get approval quickly and we can get some contractors on board, then our intent is to get it done as soon as possible. So if it's possible to make progress this construction season, that's our intent. Yes.
Okay, so the sludge removal was going to be this late in the fall.
Right.
And the idea was that if there was any smell at all, that it would freeze and then the smell would, be less. If we do the sludge removal next year, is that still the plan, or would we be doing it earlier in the year since we have all the approvals in place and everything?
If you guys would like us to push everything back another year, we can wait and do the sludge removal at the end of the year. I don't know how accepting DEC will be about us continuing to push things. So I believe our current intent is to pull the sludge as soon as we can, so that we can get the data points that we need and get the permit turned in as soon as possible. Our intent was to turn in the permit in November of this year, which obviously we're not going to do, because we can't pull the sludge, right? So yeah, theoretically, we're going to try to do it as soon as the lagoons open up, if everything works out.
Councilman Williams.
We pulled the sludge, where are we gonna put it at?
Currently, we're putting it inside of specifically designed bags to allow the water to run out and go back into the lagoon, but hold the solids. Because we're going to have to eventually transport this to somewhere to get disposed of. So it's probably going to be 90% water when we first pull it out. So the volume and the weight is going to be substantially less if we hang on to it for a couple of years and then transport it, because every trucking company is going to charge us by the load, by the weight. And then whoever we're bringing it to is also going to charge us by the weight.
Further questions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the City of North Pole Lagoon rehabilitation efforts, Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes.
That passed by 7 yeses.
Okay, that brings us on to 12K, request council for Shannon and Wilson Master Service Agreement. Can I get a motion, please, to approve?
Motion to approve request to council Shannon and Wilson Master Services Agreement.
Second Skips.
So moved and seconded. Mr. Glidden.
So Shannon and Wilson is a local engineering and environmental company that has been working with the city for many years. We have current contracts with them. This is just an annual service agreement, so that they agree to continue to do work with us for this year, and it's a pretty standard thing that we do. I sent this to our attorney. He made some red line changes. I sent it back to Shannon and Wilson, and they agreed to the red line changes, but wanted to make sure that there was a record of what was changed, so that in future they'll know why their contract was changed. That's why you'll see that the red lines still exist in the contract that they signed. That wasn't a mistake. They chose to do that. So.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Glidden. Any public testimony on this item? Okay, that brings us to council discussion. Please, Councilman Brandt.
I assume you're happy with the service they provide us?
Very.
Okay. That's all I need to know.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the request to council for Shannon and Wilson Master Service Agreement, Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This request passed with 7 yeses.
Wonderful. That brings us on to 12L. Request to council. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve request to council U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Community Planning and Development, Federal Award Agreement B-24-CP-AK-0012, request to council.
Second Skips.
So moved and seconded. Mr. Glidden.
So I know it's been a tough day, lots of things, but this is actually a really good one that I'm bringing a $2.5 million grant agreement. Hopefully you guys will see the value in it and approve us to use it. It was originally allocated for putting in subdivisions somewhere, putting in sewer and water systems to help subdividers, putting in more housing. I was told that we didn't want to do that project, so I've been working with HUD and ADEC to get it all figured out, and we were able to, with was it Murkowski, Lisa Murkowski's crew and HUD to get an agreement that we can reallocate the funding for the permitting of the sludge, or no, the effluent outfall relocation to get us back into good graces with the DEC. So this is just the document, the grant agreement, saying that we agree to use the money for this project and when we have to report and what we have to report.
Thank you for that, Mr. Glidden. A call for public testimony, if there is any.
I have nobody signed up online.
Council discussion. Councilman Brandt.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for all the work you put in to get this money reallocated. I know it wasn't easy, and I do appreciate you. I just want to clarify that this grant will also pay for the sludge removal, because the sludge removal is now, it needs to be done before we can design the effluent discharge and all that. So the sludge removal will be paid for by this grant, as well as a portion of moving the effluent discharge.
Yes, I made sure that in every document I submitted to Lisa Murkowski and the HUD department that I specified that the sludge removal process is step one of the effluent discharge relocation, and that $1 million of this 2.5 would go to that effluent discharge or the sludge removal, and then the remaining 1.5 would go towards the discharge relocation. So yes, it's theoretically going to cover the cost of the sludge removal if you guys accept.
Further questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the 2.5 million, Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe, Mr. Williams, and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? That brings us on to item 12M. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve memo for Moose Lodge number 306 utility easement.
Second, Skips.
So moved and seconded. Mr. Glidden.
I'd like to thank you guys for bearing with me through all of this stuff. You're doing great. This is the last one. So the phase one of the water main replacement design required us to move the water main in 3 locations. For phase one, 2 of them are on city property, so we don't need to worry about easements, but the third one is on Moose Lodge property. So we talked to their council. I don't know what their group is called, but I stood in front of basically this setup at the Moose Lodge and explained what we needed and why, and they voted and they agreed that we can have the one corner of their parking lot for one summer to dig up and put the water main in, and then we would have an easement, a utility easement. They store their snow on it right now, so it wouldn't affect their ability to reuse it. We would just dig the hole, put our pipe in, and then fill it back in and repave, bring it back to the quality it was before. The reason that this design has us moving it is because currently that water main goes under the sidewalk, which has a power pole, probably a street light or something on it. And in order to dig that up, we'd have to get a lot of permits and go through a lot of electrical decommissioning and then put it back. So it's quite a bit more expensive than just moving it over 10 feet and going around that power pole. So that's the intent here. And this is a easement form that our attorney wrote up, and they have already signed the Moose Lodge. So if we're okay with it, we can sign it and then moving forward with the water main replacement.
Thank you, Mr. Glidden. That calls for public testimony. Do we have anybody signed up or anyone in the room who would like to give public testimony this evening?
I have nobody online.
Brings us to council discussion. Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the Moose Lodge 306 utility easement, Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Miss Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Skips, and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
And this request passed with 7 yeses.
Brings us to item 13, council comments excluding the mayor. Madam Clerk, where shall we start this evening?
This evening, we start with Mr. Schuster.
Yeah, I would just like to thank Tim for all his work the past couple weeks. I really appreciate all your work walking Ford subdivision and Homestead Road and Perimeter and then the grant. Those are two huge deals that the city faces immediately. So I appreciate your work the last couple weeks getting that figured out and yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Schuster. Mr. Skips.
I have nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Skips. Mr. Williams.
Thanks, Tim, for all your stuff you're doing. I noticed a lot of work out there and getting everything together and getting everybody to, get, especially when all the guys come in and they could give their reports. Yeah, I thought that was awesome. But I think the most important person to make the decision on those 3 individuals is you, because you know what's going on. Nobody else. And you're the expert on this. So you picked the best one and, give it to us. And, and we'll, what I want to say, agree on it.
I'm gonna have a recommendation on the next agenda, yes.
Okay, that's good. Also, on this AI stuff, this AI stuff, we got to be very careful on that. Very careful. Because we ain't even hit the problems that it has caused and will cause down the road. You're going to have people that, if it don't say what I want it to say, I'm going to keep asking questions until I get the answer I want. You got individuals that'll do that and make it rough for everybody and cause more problems down the road. So I think they should eliminate that AI stuff, because if you can't write a paragraph without AI, you want, I mean, be nice about this. You ain't bright if you need AI to write all the time. And I'm seeing that in a bunch of individuals' writings. I mean, what did we do before AI got here? We used our minds, So think about what I'm saying, everybody. It's very important. And another issue was, I really appreciate you guys making the decisions, because you guys know what's going on from the administration all the way down or all the way up, the fire department. You guys know what's going on. We're just here hearing things and we're just giving our opinions, but you guys are the experts. The clerk is the expert. She knows what's going on. We listen to her. Okay? The administrative, Tim, what's it? Will, yeah. He's a pretty cool guy. He knows what's going on. and those guys, we need to listen to them. And you'll know who won't listen by how many problems we have, and it won't take long. So, and like to thank everybody for being out there and working with us. Okay? All it takes is one person to screw it up for everybody. That's all it takes by not listening. And if you don't listen, you have a problem. I can't say no more than that. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Rolfe?
Yeah, just want to kind of echo what Chief Smith was saying earlier and thank the police department and the Santa Claus House who've come together for their partnership on safety initiative for the kids. It's been great seeing the police officers through the neighborhood. My kids and I were out on a bike ride and we saw an officer pass us. He stopped to talk to the kids and tell them how good they were being on being safe and having the helmets on, gave them little chips so they can go get ice cream at the Santa Claus House. Totally made their night. So it's a great partnership to see. And then just wanted to thank Tim and the Public Works guys on all the work that they do on not only putting up the decorations, but all the work it takes to take the decorations back down again. But it would be great to see something where they could replace them with some summertime decorations.
Thank you, Ms. Rolfe. Mr. Brandt?
I have nothing, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. Mr. Claus?
Thanks to, thanks to all the different department heads and the city clerk and deputy clerk and HR. And I just wanted to reiterate, the law enforcement, the park little memorial service is going to be on May 14th at 11 a.m. And also the NAMI walk will be on May 16th at 9 a.m. Good night, everyone.
That's it for council comments.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
So moved and seconded. We're adjourned.
And we are adjourned at 10:56.
The whole AI thing, that's a waste of 20 minutes.
I know, Tim, record right there.
It says it wasn't enough.
Yeah, bring everything.
Yeah.
I go home. That ain't cool. Not at all.
Everybody.
Hi.
I still need to be talking about. Yeah. Today or going to